Okay, this is Subspace episode 2 of campaign 2. Um, some announcements I want to do real quick is a feature I'm adding for this episode and this episode only is since I forgot to do it last session. Will be called Jat's Determination. Basically, each one of you will be able to add a +3 to any roll of your choice once during this entire session. So up to you when
Oh,
you want
hell
to use it, but you only can use it once. Um, as you can see, those of you who actually have my screen fully blown out, you can see something called Reputation, 1 of 6, right on top of O'Flanagan's portrait near my camera. So basically, Reputation is going to be how you guys can enlist NPC into your team. So basically, the level of the NPC will decide if they can join you. So if you're all level 5, you can have a level 5 NPC, or you can have a couple level 2 NPCs, things like that. So when you guys meet someone, you can actually try to have them join you as long as you have enough reputation. The 1 of 6 is actually how many points of reputation you have that you can use to enlist an NPC. For example, a level 1 NPC would be a minimal of 3 points. O'Flanagan is taking 5 of those points right now because he's running with you. You guys does that make sense?
that's logical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to know more about it on the actual Subspace Discord, I have a whole breakdown of how the whole mechanic works, but it's pretty simple. It's just either if you want to enlist a new NPC, it's going to be their level times 3. So a level 1 times 3, level 5 times 3. Basically how it works. And if all of you are level 5, then you have a point
Okay.
summary of 15.
You're glitching out a little bit on my end.
Oh, you're kind of cutting out a little bit. Cool. Okay.
So
um,
hopefully I can hear everybody. Gosh, okay.
it happens. It happens. Um, okay. Um, where was I?
Jets thing.
Yeah, so everyone gets a +3 to any roll you make. Once per everyone gets 1 +3 to any roll they want one time this whole session. I might make it a every session thing. I don't know yet. I'll think about it depending how OP it ends up being. But I forgot to do it last session for Jats, so in honor, I'm doing it again. Um, for those in chat, if you haven't actually joined the Subspace Discord yet, I recommend joining. It has a whole bunch of background information, all sorts of lore that we actually don't talk about a whole lot yet in this campaign. There's also a lot of uh, background stuff that we do that you don't really get to see on stream. So if you guys want that link, I will send it. Just let me know. I also last session I forgot to do a rundown of the first season of the second campaign that we did uh, before we started the first session. So real quick, I will do a quick recap on that. How much do you guys remember from the first season? I don't imagine much, but
Season 1?
yeah. Not the original
Yeah.
campaign, but the first season of this campaign.
Oh, we all met, and then there's what was his name?
I got you.
Rothkin. Rothkin
Yep.
was coming after us,
The
So I'll give you
and
Dragonborn?
guys a quick
yeah, that
recap.
dude.
This recap's also available on our Subspace Discord if you guys ever want to go back and kind of jog your memories. But essentially, it goes like this. A realm divided by race, conquered by a king people dare not to challenge. The party met one another at a tavern where they conversed with a man named Prometheus. Prometheus was an older man wearing a long cloak. He wanted to speak to each member of the party because he had to trust his most priceless possession into the hands of some adventurers. He entrusted the bag to a bug-obsessed druid, knowing with her love of animal-like life, it would be best in her hands. The trio decided to work together. Prometheus invited them to stay the night in the tavern and to get some rest before their long journey. They just traveled to the Dragonborn's territory. That night, the tavern was attacked by a dragonborn and a few human mercenaries. The party defeated the mercenaries and tried to hold off the Dragonborn, but he proved to be powerful for them. They fled. Corwin barely managed to escape as the Dragonborn was able to keep his hold on him. Corwin, being deathly afraid of fire and was barely able to pull himself together in the process of the tavern burning up in flames. They traveled to the Waterfall Citadel. Now they found that they need world passes to make it past the north border. After trying to break through it, the party was arrested and brought to the dungeons. They were later broken out by an Arakakra named O'Flanagan. He helped them escape and left them to continue their business. They had a run-in with some guards later that night, where O'Flanagan returned and subdued them. The party explained the situation to O'Flanagan and he agreed to help. First, they went to a seamstress to buy a new bag because their current had torn. The same bag that would hold the dragon egg Orbweeb has in her possession right now. Upon some havoc in the streets, Orbweeb dropped her bag. Out came rolling a platinum dragon egg. She quickly stored it back in the bag. They all quickly made it to their rich district, where they attended a ball, planning to steal world passes from the wealthy. And that is kind of where session 1 resumed, picked up, and we are caught up to where we are right now. I am going to cue our brief intro, and then we will jump straight into the session. Be right back.
Welcome to Subspace. Subspace is a realm in between space and time, stretching its reach to every multiverse without limitation. In this realm, we have seen variants such as Captain Hydra, Darth Kenobi, and many more. Subspace was conquered by Zagrathorn in its 3rd year of existence. His reign went on for centuries. In the year 500, a band of heroes saved the realm and defeated Zagrathorn, saving Subspace and the multiverse. Mirax Stormpacer, a Jedi, becoming the general and leader of the Round Table. Nirvana Pentragon becoming Queen of Subspace. Druselia having a statue commemorating her at New Camelot after her victory against Typhon. Vash departed with the Round Table to seek out other Mandalorian survivors from the war. Din Djarin's body was never found after the fight with Zagrathorn, which he was killed. For now, the realm existed in peace after 500 years of tyranny. But we're not telling that story today. I am the Watcher. These are my stories. I observe all that transpires here, but I do not, cannot, will not interfere. For I am the Watcher. This is the story of the first chosen to be brought to the realm of Subspace. This is the First Wave.
I don't care how many times I played, I will never get sick of that intro. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with it. Okay,
good.
so, let's see. Last time on Subspace, you were all recently in a mansion called the Mansion of Combat, on its 10th anniversary of the event of Gladiator Glory. You 3 met a man who claimed to be a 3rd-tier member with a bag made of dragon scale, which is heavily rare as dragons, as you all know, with Ornsal legends, have been wiped out and made extinct. You all were detained by Captain Roderick Mays, who questioned you and the bag, and you possessed, but never did peek at what was inside, and you mentioned Prometheus gave you a quest. O'Flanagan called in many favors, and with the help of the gladiator champion, Galley, you all obtained your own original world passes. Most recently, you all met an older gentleman who needed a lotus flower for his wife to cure his ailments. Now, you three head to the west gates. You're all walking along the stone sidewalks of Waterfall Citadel. Nice black stone pavers that seem to give the city a more modern lifestyle feel. As you all are accustomed to dirt roads and wooden buildings, seems most buildings here are made from stone. Corwin, only knowing of one stone building back home in Eagle Crest, his mayor's house. Making your way to the west gates to find the lotus flower by request of an old man with a sickened wife. As you're all traveling down, it's still pretty early in the morning. People are still heading to their shops. Some places are just starting to open. You can hear with the bells of different merchants' doorways and their shops opening as people, more of the early morning shoppers, are kind of just entering various different stores. You're kind of walking through more of a town square where a lot of the early birds are getting their shopping done. What would you guys like to do?
Um,
I'm good to keep on traveling. We
Okay,
got places to be, things to do.
Hey,
no
Wyatt,
worries.
did you see
Yeah,
my DM to you real quick?
on Discord?
Yeah.
Just a second. Yes, actually, so thank you for messaging me that. I actually was just about to mention that.
Yep.
If you all notice, you're all you've become very exhausted from your travels as you haven't really gotten much time to recover since you left the tavern when meeting Prometheus. You were attacked by a mysterious dragonborn. You escaped a deadly fire. You traveled across about 10, 15 miles worth of lands, reached the Waterfall Citadel. You got arrested, got broke out of the dungeon, got attacked by more guards, broke into the Mansion of Combat, got arrested again. You got dragged into the captain's quarters where you got released with no charges, and you are all feeling very just worn. It's actually starting
yeah.
to affect you a great deal on the first stage of exhaustion. If you look at your character sheets, you will see that you do have exhaustion 1 activated, which essentially is.
Disadvantage on ability check.
Thank you. Disadvantage on
You're welcome.
ability checks until you are able to recover from not sleeping for almost 2 days. You also have not
We should.
eaten, you have not drink anything. So that does have an effect on your overall health of your characters.
We
Fair.
got any taverns near us?
Are we doing short rest to remove exhaustion 1, or are we doing long rest to remove it?
It would be long rests.
Or long rest, okay.
So do you want you could keep trucking to the west gates, or you could find some place to recover? The choice is yours.
I'm hungry.
Fair, we
Flanagan-
should
Really?
eat.
Flanagan kind of looks over to you all and he says, "You all look rather beat. When was the last time you actually had any food in your bellies?"
It's none of your business.
I'm sorry I asked.
It's been a while.
Long time. We should definitely go find somewhere to eat and rest. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm tired.
I do know of a pretty good tavern nearby. I have some decent credibility. I might be able to get a discount. Maybe. We can go there if you would like, but it is like about a mile out.
A mile?
It is about a mile walk. Yes, we could go to another tavern. But
Yeah,
the
maybe you
one
gotta
I
get closer. It's a big city.
Like maybe something on the way to the gate we're heading to.
I mean, there is a tavern in the town square, but they do charge a good penny for their prices.
Ugh.
Fine, we'll go to that one. Go to the mile one out.
All right.
We'll
How are
trudge
you all
along to
doing
that one.
on coin?
He like whisper, I got 1 gold piece.
1 gold piece.
Right.
How are you for the bargaining system?
I could try
Bartering.
my best, but I might be able to cut some deals with the barkeep. But I mean, traditionally, one night stay in an inn's 1 gold piece.
It's a fancy inn.
It's the Waterfall Citadel, mate. This
How do
is
you
the
feel about
center of
people sleeping on the
Orensal.
side of the road?
You could, I
I'll
guess,
sleep in the
if that's something you think you would do. I mean, someone of your nature, I could see a tiefling kind. I mean, you're all pretty adjusted
Hey.
to sleeping on the roads. I mean, last I heard, anyway.
I'm gonna shove that guy.
You kind of just walk up and you kind of just like you don't really like mean to harm him, as far as like I can
Yeah,
tell.
just
You
like
kind of
a
just like put your arm
yeah.
into his chest and he kind of like nudges back a little friendly and he kind of nods his head, understanding he might be crossing a line and kind of backs off a little bit. If you like, I can lead you to the village. Not the village, to the tavern.
Okay, fine.
Little one over there. Would you like to go to the tavern? He kind of
Yeah, I would like to go. Don't have any money though. Will they trade services for food?
typically barkeeps will have jobs. That you I mean sometimes.
All right, I might have to pick them up on that. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I
Okay.
have 5 copper.
I don't
5
have a
copper.
single cent to my name.
Wow. Okay. You see
We're a
O'Flanagan kind of
haggard group.
O'Flanagan kind of
Pretty
goes
poor
fumbling
here.
through his little side pouch, and you kind of see his talons kind of rustle through what seems to be about 20 or 30 gold pieces, and he goes, "Here you go," and he hands you 1 gold piece, and then hands Orbweeb 1 gold piece. That's
Yeah.
about as much as I can spare at the moment, and he reseals his side pouch. That should get you at least 1 night stay, but you gotta buy your own meals.
Take it.
Flanagan
Yeah.
kind of turns and starts trucking towards the tavern. It's probably
Thanks,
about
Opinion.
6 a.m. in the morning. You can kind of see more people are coming out, but it's still pretty empty. For a town square of Waterfall Citadel, you all can, without even having to perform a history check, would have a basic understanding that it is very populated in the high point hours of the day, almost to the point where you have to kind of like shoulder people as you try to get past them when you're trying to get around. So right now is prime hours for traveling throughout the city. Some time passes. You guys pass some local folk, people offering newspaper. You see a little boy, couldn't be older than 10. He says, "Newspaper, newspaper," and he kind of stumbles over to Orbweeb and says, "Would you like a newspaper? 1 copper piece.
I don't
Just
have
1
any
copper?
money, sorry.
To feed my family, 1 copper."
I need to be fed.
You see, he kind of looks
I
down. You can see his like shoes are falling apart. His shirt's ripped up. He's got like black markings all over his body from just being out in the streets for days while you're wearing your nice you kind of have a nice ponytail tied up, braids. You look very
Jesus.
elegant after leaving the mansion of combat. The wealth kind of carries with all of you a little bit, and he can, looking between you three, he kind of goes, "Okay, I'll remember that," and he kind of just
Okay, I'm gonna
whips
nudge
his
him and be like,
newspaper
alright,
away.
fine, and give him a copper piece for a newspaper. Like, you fucking fine. You're good at your job.
He takes his copper piece, says, "Thank you," and he hands you the newspaper, and you kind of take the newspaper into your hands, and you kind of open it. You see it's all crinkly. It's obviously fallen to a puddle at some point. It has water damage. The ink itself is actually smeared. You can't even really make out the pictures of the title. Almost like he's had this newspaper since he was a kid. And when you go to turn to see him again, he's already gone.
Fucker
Little.
me.
Wow.
Flanagan kind of
Alright.
turns to you and he's like, "That's a pretty common tactic around here. You'll see a lot of kids selling little knickknacks, and they try to guilt trip you into buying, and usually it falls apart in your hands upon receiving."
He's a successful businessman. Take him far in
Yeah,
life.
they're scumbags. Flanagan turns back around. He kind of just keeps walking down the black stone path. You guys come over to an awning that has a sort of an overhang with a goat's skull, and very just eccentric horns coming out, pointing out like this. with so seems to be just like nostrils blowing some flame. O'Flanagan kind of comes to a stop. He points up to the top of the sign and says, "This is the Butchered Goat, my favorite tavern." And he just kind of just whips the door open and walks inside. What are you guys doing?
You said
I'm
there's
following
smoke.
him.
You said there's smoke coming out of the nostrils.
Just carvings of smoke, not literal
Oh,
smoke
so
coming out
not
the
not
nostrils.
okay. Because then
Yeah,
Corwin
so
would not
this
have gone in. He'd be like,
yeah, no, the
no.
sign
Wait, is
itself
it
is
a
just
real
like
goat head?
no. So the sign itself is just wood burning of a goat head, and it
Okay.
has wood burning of the horns coming out of the skull. It's a wood burning of a goat's skull, and it has wood burnings of like just smoke coming out of the nostrils. And it says
Oh, there's
the
a lot of
Butchered Goat.
stipulations to this sign in this group.
Do you guys
Gotta
go
be
in?
careful.
I'm gonna go inside with him. I'm gonna follow him. He has money. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Fine.
Just a second.
I do gotta say real quick why I didn't think I had any money at all because I honest to God could not find it on D&D Beyond, but I did just find it and I do have 2 silver pieces. So if those come up later, it is simply because I lied earlier on accident.
Okay. You guys kind of you open the door and you kind of walk inside. You see it's a very lively kind of tavern. There's lots of people kind of clashing their beers together, their ales, and you see there is a little stand of a woman and she's kind of just softly singing into a microphone. She seems to be of a half-elf nature. Very beautiful, and she seems like this might be her career. She's has a nice white gown that she's wearing. Almost seems a little out of place and a little bit too fancy for the tavern you've walked into, but here she is. You see O'Flanagan's already at the tavern and speaking to the barkeep. There's about 20 tables, maybe 3 or 4 of them are free. The others are kind of messy. You can see there's like some bottles spilled from the previous night. It still seems like the bar is somewhat in process of opening, but it is available for ordering. What would you like to
Already
I'm
do?
gonna walk up. Sorry.
No, you're all right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm gonna walk up to the assuming there's a small crowd in front of the singer. I'm just gonna walk up to that crowd and just kind of stare at her in awe.
Okay. You kind of approach the singer and you see as she's singing into this little bit of a flute object that seems to echo her voice across the tavern. She kind of looks down at you and gives you a gentle smile as she's singing into it. You just feel entirely infatuated by her entire presence. Give me a charisma check.
Consider me infatuated.
Pretty singing lady.
Pretty singing lady. She looks like me. What was it again? I'm sorry. Did you say Constitution?
Charisma.
Charisma. Oh no, I don't have my good dice. I also rolled a nat 1, so I gotta switch my dice out. I thought it automatically did it.
No, you're good.
Okay, I got them switched.
Okay, what was the roll? A 4?
Yeah, 4 in total.
You feel almost sucked into her entire aura that she's portraying from herself, and you're almost crawling on the stage as she kind of shuffles back a little bit, as you seem a little bit too far gone in infatuation with this half-elf singing before you. Corwin and Des
Can we
Moines.
see her do it?
Yeah, I was about to say actually, you both see Ordweeb is like crawling, trying to like roll over onto the stadium or the podium, trying to get close as she can to this half elf singing. Even the barkeep, he has a rag he's kind of rinsing out a very dirty ale glass, and he's kind of like, what the what do you guys want to do?
Can I walk over and like try to just grab her off. And just be
Okay,
like,
yeah,
hey, we shouldn't be doing that. That's drawing a lot of attention.
yeah. So as Demointis kind of makes his way across the tavern and grabs onto Orbweeb. Orbweeb, do you want to keep trucking towards the half elf, or are you gonna let Demointis pull you off?
I'll let Demointis pull me off. I can't keep letting my bad rolls ruin this team.
So
Need
you
to
kind
work
of
on your
just
social etiquette.
you grab
Apparently.
you grab Orbweeb by the back of her shirt and pull her off the stage and kind of give like a little like I'm sorry to the half elf that's singing. You watch as the half elf kind of stows away her instrument for now and kind of takes a break and leaves the stage, and her bandmates come out and just start playing on their various instruments. Orbweeb and Demointis, you both kind of truck your way over to the bar where Flanagan's kind of just looking at a glass of ale he already ordered, and he's like, 6 a.m. and I'm already at it. He kind of just starts downing the ale. What do you guys want to do?
Like, man, do you want to talk about that?
He kind of slams his ale back on the counter and he says, another time. But would you like an ale? I'll buy you one.
Yeah, I'll take an L.
One ale, please. And you see the barkeep kind of comes over and he's like, one ale. And he kind of pours down a spout. You watch as the liquid fills up the glass. He slides over to Demointis, and O'Flanagan flicks over a silver piece to him, and he kind of puts it in his back pocket and continues cleaning the dishes from yesterday's siesta. Corwin, what are you doing?
Oh, I found a very dark area in the corner so no one can see me.
Okay. You find a very dark area in the corner of the tavern. It's somewhat to the right of the podium, so the back end. There's not a whole lot of light back there, but there is a lot of garbage that you kind of wade through that hasn't really been cleaned off this table yet from last night's siesta. And you kind of just creak yourself onto the bench. So somewhat of a nook area in the back of the tavern, and you kind of make yourself at home there. Were you with Demointis at the counter?
I'm with Demointis. Can I ask the bartender for water?
The bartender looks at you and he's like, the halfling wants water. Okay. And he turns around. He kind of gets a little small glass. It's a spout. You hear stops the spout, hands you a glass of water, and he kind of gives you a little bit of a crooked look and turns back to start cleaning his dishes again. You see the water put in front of you. It's not really blue. It's more of a green. You can see there's a little bit of algae inside it, but it's not really anything you're not accustomed to from your background. To you, that just seems like normal water, while Demointis kind of gives like a ugh as you watch Orweave kind of down this like green algic liquid like it's any other normal kind of drink.
Like, did you ask for water?
Yes.
You drink water like that?
I drink water however it comes to me.
That's fantastic. Your immune system is through the roof. I'm just gonna keep drinking my ale.
Flanagan kind of just pats the halfling on her back as he kind of gives a chuckle and just continues sipping on his ale. Corwin, as you're in the back nook of the tavern, you're kind of wading your way through the trash, and you kind of just bring your arms on the table and you kind of look around. You can see a lot of employees are still cleaning up shop. A couple of people are still passed out, just their heads and their arms folded from the previous night's party. What do you want to do?
How well lit is it back there?
If someone was at the front door of the tavern and were to look back, you'd almost be just a silhouette.
Okay.
It's a very private area. You could kind of have a suspicion that if it were more of party hours in the day, it would be like a VIP section, but due to it being so early in the morning, they kind of don't really care where you sit.
Okay. Then at the time being, I'm going to try and get some shut-eye.
Okay. Corwin kind of just like brings his head down to his arms and just passes out.
He'd had a very
Or-
long 2 days. He'd almost been burned alive and been chased.
He almost
and
died,
then you kind of
like,
vampire.
twice.
He's done.
Yeah.
He needs a
Or
nap.
you're kind of just downing this this green liquid, and the barkeep kind of comes back up to you, and he puts his hands on the counter and says, "Halfling, where do you come from?"
I just want to let you know I'm a half elf, not a halfling.
You're a
but
half elf?
I'm a half elf.
Oh shit. This whole time I thought,
Yeah.
are you sure?
sorry. I know. I'm sorry.
I thought you were a halfling as well.
I thought
It doesn't help that my picture, I'm pretty sure, is a halfling. I haven't looked at it, but
because I think you chose halfling originally, and that's where I got it from. Okay. I have to tweak that later. Okay. That's not a problem.
sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I'll just have to. That's fine. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
I am from a forest.
You're from a forest.
I'm from a forest.
Interesting. Can you mind if I ask what forest?
I gotta check my background and see if I even know.
The
If
one
you're
with
unsure, that's
trees.
okay.
The one with trees. I don't really know where don't know where it's called.
That's fine. Just kind of fascinated by your ability to down that. Essentially, we don't really get our fresh batch of water until about 3 or 4 hours from now. So that's just runoff from our ales and the pond out back. So I kind of thought you might be
Tastes like
able to.
it.
Okay. All right. I'm impressed. Color me impressed. You get a
Can I
drink
have
on
another
me if
one?
you want one. You want
She's
another
not
one?
like other girls.
Okay.
I'm built different. Also, I'm thirsty.
He kind of reaches back and kind of offers his hand to take your glass away to refill it. Do you let go of the glass?
Yeah, I'll let go. Can I also get food?
He
Yeah,
kind
do
of
they have
pulls
food?
the glass away and he's like, "You want food?"
Yeah.
We don't have a whole lot made, but let me grab you some menus. Just a minute. He turns around.
Alright.
He starts cleaning out the glass again and pours the water back in. You see, this time it's even more green, more algic. There's even less evidence that there's actual water even there. It's actually even a little bit sludgy.
We're gonna get poisoned.
Okay, just a second here.
I'm gonna second guess on that and probably just set it down next to me out of respect and just not touch it.
Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. Right?
Oh wow.
Hold on. If I can actually fucking move that. I haven't really accounted for it. There we go. So I don't know if I can zoom in on it too if you guys want to actually read what's on there. But I can also just read it off to you if you'd like. But
You may have to do that just because I cannot see that very well.
that's fine. So he hands you what seems like a very beat up, just charred piece of paper, like it's been through hundreds of hands. You can see details of a similar goat symbol etched onto the actual menu itself. Pretty faded, rather, but it's there. You can see on the rooms it says 50 silver per bed, and bards sleep free for a song and a tale. The best food and fare in town. Halfling portions available. You kind of thumb through it, and one of the menu items actually catches your.
Is it leprechaun piss?
Yeah. One of them actually kind of catches your eye for an odd reason, but you see a menu item called Leprechaun's Piss. Cinnamon, dark rum, cranberry served in a golden pot. That one is 50 silver pieces. You kind of keep thumbing through it. You don't really see much for food, more of just various drinks and different mixtures. You can see Drow's Demise, a dark whiskey in a dark glass. You have a sip or two and it'll put you on your ass. That's the logo for the actual drink itself that you read off the menu. And as you're kind of thumbing through the menu, you do hear that elegant voice come back over that instrument as her voice kind of echoes across the tavern and she has resumed her songs and tales. Corwin, you're still passed out. Demointis, what are you up to?
Hold on just a second. See what? I've got a lute. I'm gonna go ask that lady if I can play my lute with her.
Okay, you kind of you walk up to the lady, the half elf playing her lute, and you just kind of walk up and like, you want to offer to play with her?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a charisma check.
I haven't played my instruments in a long time. $15?
She kind of gives you a friendly nod, and you just jump onto the stage. You have it. What instrument do you have?
I have a lute.
A lute? Okay. Yeah, you pull out your lute and you start playing a gentle melody along with her elder bandmates, and you see she actually kind of takes a step towards the left of the podium and kind of lets you take center stage. You can actually see some people passed out on the tables are starting to like rub their heads as they kind of just, and they start looking over and they kind of hear you playing more of an upbeat, adventurous kind of music that's kind of echoing through the entire tavern. You can see the barkeep's heads even kind of like as you play through the flute. Orbweeb.
We're all
It's a
vibing
lute.
here.
The lute.
Or
Flute.
a
Guitar.
lute, guitar. Sorry, thank you. Orbweeb, did you find
harder
something
to
you
say.
wanted to order?
I just want a small bowl of cranberries.
A small bowl of what?
Cranberries?
Cranberries. Sure, I can get you some cranberries. That'll be, screw it, 1 copper. He kind of holds out his hand.
I'm gonna hand him a silver and ask for some change back.
Okay. You hand him a silver piece, and he kind of just hands you 9 copper pieces, and he kind of puts it into his side pouch. You see, he goes to these double doors and disappears through the back. As he does, Corwin, give me a Constitution check.
It's an 18 and it'll be a 14.
14. Okay.
I'm assuming I'm not well rested enough to take away my disadvantage.
Been napping for like 5 minutes. Yeah, probably.
My half elf, that'll be fine.
Yes.
Okay. Corwin, you kind of come out of your slumber and you start feeling a really intense pain just shoot itself across your skull. You almost feel like you're under some kind of magical attack as your eyes kind of dart around the tavern. You don't see anything that seems to alert you. You just see Orbweeb at the counter. You see Demointis is actually at the podium playing on the lute. You start grabbing at your head, wincing in pain. Memories seem to flash into your mind. It feels as if you leave your location and appear elsewhere, then suddenly appearing back to Urnsaal over and over again. Although to the rest of everyone else, Corwin never leaves at all. A searing headache overcomes you as what seems and feels like fireworks going off inside your head. Okay, I gotta roll something real quick.
Nah, no, you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I totally do.
It's alright.
Corwin, you take 4 damage and suddenly your mind flashes back. And suddenly you find yourself in a throne room. You're standing next to Orbweeb. You both are equipped with better armor and gear. And a thought comes across your mind. How could we ever afford this? What do you want to do?
Look over to Orby. Like, what's going on?
To the party, you're all watching as Corwin seems to be off the actual table and on his knees in the middle of the tavern. People in the tavern themselves are actually starting to look over in concern. You can see Corwin is actually in deep pain. What do you want to do? He's
Can
actually
I
starting
run
to
over
wail
to
out loud enough
Corwin?
to where the whole show is stopping. Sorry?
Can I
I'm
run
gonna
over to
yell from
Corwin?
the stage.
Yeah, you kind of run over to Corwin. You see he's just collapsed his head. He's holding his head. His knees are just like he's on his knees and on the wooden floor. He's almost just like slamming his head over and over again onto the wooden floor as he's just wailing in pain.
Oh boy. Can I try to sit him up and like see if he's awake or like
Give me,
conscious?
give me a strength check while you try to lift him up, as
Not
his
really strong.
body's almost just dead weight. He's almost just
Not like
completely
you got breathe.
unreactive to you. Demontis, did you want to do something?
I'm just gonna yell from the stage because I'm really digging playing the lute up there. I'm just gonna be like, he's all right. Leave him alone. I'm just gonna
Okay.
keep playing the lute.
Thanks, buddy.
Orbweeb,
Stop looking at him. He's fine.
Orbweeb lifts up Corwin and kind of places him in the nook that he was in. And you can see at this point he's like leaning back and he's like covering his eyes, and you can see he's actually in a lot of pain as a droplet of blood actually drips down his cheek from what seems to be coming from his eyes. Corwin, as you look to Orbweeb and you speak to her, that searing headache pain comes back and your vision goes black. Give me another Constitution save.
Oh, save?
A save.
Okay. Disregard that. 14, and then... Ah, that was a nat 20. Well, okay, 14.
Almost an at 20.
You
Wait,
take
Oh,
one more
man.
damage. You return to Ornsal. You can see Orbweeb. Orbweeb looking just as you remember, wearing her druid attire, her hair orange and bright with braids that seem to have been done with magic, as the intricacy seems to be too well done to be made by human hands. The Orweeb you saw from before almost struck you as a whole different being. What do you want to do? Now you seem to
kind
be
of
back in the tavern
bounce,
like nothing happened.
bounce back and kind of like rub his head more and then look down and see that he's got a little bit of blood in it. Oh, excuse me. I think I need a room and a better place to sleep.
Can
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's get you one of those.
I jump off the stage and try to... I have cure wounds. I want to use that.
my head's
Okay.
killing me.
Yeah, go ahead and give a cure wounds. You can see the blood kind of starting to spill over in his eyelids, and it's just kind of continuing. It's light, but it's there.
Damn.
Damn, 11. Okay.
You're good.
And someone's helping Corwin to a room?
Yeah, I'll try to help him as best as I can to a room.
Okay. Corwin, you see as Orweeb kind of brings her arm under yours and tries to help lift you up. She's trying to get you across the tavern as Demontis looks pretty concerned and is following in suit. You can see Flanagan at the counter. He seems to be holding his ale, and he's somewhat almost seems worried, which is very unlike him, as he's very just self-absorbed in his own mission. Suddenly, what feels like a lightning bolt fires off in your mind. The lightning feels as if you were traveling, as if it were traveling to every nerve and receptor in your brain. Give me another Constitution save.
Can I cast guidance on him?
Yeah,
That's a 10.
to give him a boost.
Damn. And that was going to
Yeah.
be a 20. All right. 10.
Okay. You gotta take another one, friend.
If I cast guidance on him, he's, I believe, able to roll a d4 and add it to the ability check.
Yeah, okay. She casts guidance. Give me a d4.
Just by itself?
Yep.
A 2.
2. Okay. trying to pull up something.
Wait, was he using a savings throw? Was it a savings throw or an ability check?
It was a savings throw, but I'm gonna let you apply it anyway.
Okay, I have resistance and that one's for saving throws. So it was resistance instead of guidance, but they're both cantrips.
Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. You don't take any damage, but you can all see as Corwin collapses. He kind of breaks away from Corwin's grasp, not Corwin, Orweeb's grasp, and falls down the tavern floor again. Again, wailing in pain, almost like he's. It seems like this time it's getting worse, like someone was stabbing him. This time seeming farther gone than before, completely immobilized. What do you all want to do as he is collapsed on the tavern floor?
I grab him and shake him and be like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Because I
Give me
don't
a
really
strength
know
check.
this guy that well. So I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, at this point,
what
you've
the
seen him
fuck is
talking
going-
to nobody. You see him just randomly having episodes of pain. Give me a strength check while
Yeah.
you shake him awake.
Okay. Strength is not my strong suit. Oh
0.
shit.
So Demontes, you kind of kneel down and you start trying to shake Corwin, and you see you
I got
actually
a 0.
as you go to shake Corwin, you actually instead just kind of slam him down. While he's having this
Oh my
God.
episode, and he takes 4 points of damage as his skull just bashes into the tavern floor. You see more
My
blood
head
starts
hurts enough, thank you.
pouring out of his
Same.
nose as he broke the cartilage up here, and it's just blood's
Does that
pouring.
wake him up?
No, Corwin, your
Oh my
mind
God.
goes
Okay,
black.
can I just push Demointhus away and try to roll him over on his back?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna
you can.
back up. 'Cause
Okay,
that
Demointhus,
obviously didn't
you
work.
watch as you just slam Corwin's head into the tavern floor, and blood just starts spewing from his
Stop,
nose.
why?
You back up and you're like,
do that.
oh, Flanagan actually rushes over and he's like, is he okay? As he's kind of downing his ale while he's looking over at Corwin, kind of spilling a little bit on himself and onto Corwin. Or what are you doing?
I'm gonna try to roll him over and get him to wake up. Do you want me to roll a strength for that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty weak, so it kind of makes sense.
Yes.
At least I didn't roll a 0.
Okay, 14. You manage to rotate Corwin onto his back, and he's just, this point, he's kind of like clawing at his own face almost. And you can see he's actually starting to cut in his own skin as blood is starting just to pour along his face. At this point, you can actually see, this is probably one of the first times you've actually seen Corwin's face up close. You can see burn scars. He's just he's hard to look at in general. It almost kind of repulses you and it makes you feel guilty at the same time because you don't want to look at him like you don't want to judge him on his looks from first glance, but you can't help to judge a little bit. You almost wonder what his
Right.
parents looked like for someone to come out looking like this.
I'm just like, damn, this looks like it's ugly. Stop scratching your face.
You're making it worse.
You're not
Okay.
helping your case here,
You're
bud.
making
I'm
it
like, damn.
Corwin's mind goes black again. Suddenly it flashes, and you appear by an ocean side. You can feel water splash at your feet from the current. This time, you don't have any equipment different than before. You almost can't even see your own body, for if you try to look down or at your limbs, you don't see anything that belongs to you. Although, you can feel the night sky, the ocean water, you can see its beauty. And suddenly, you hear the sounds of yelling. You look ahead of you, and you can see an above-ground cave entrance, so large it could be the size of a village, like Eagle Crest. Blocking the entrance to that cave is a giant circular gate that has 5 circle-like holes filled by what seems to be different discs with the sigils representing different things. You can see one that seems to have the look of black smoke, another with a lightning bolt, the next a dragon's body, following one with the sun shining, and finally the shape of a snowflake. These all seeming to rotate and unlock the gate. You look down and you can see a group of people confronting a smaller group. The larger group becomes divided. As a man approaches the smaller group, he yells out to them, "Step aside, and we won't kill you, Merlin, or your crew of resistance fighters." The man in question, donning blue robes with a classical mage's hat, his beard white and as long as your arms. He seems to be hundreds of years old. He replies, Mason, you and I both know what's not going to happen. You guys can see Corwin's starting to rotate and shake violently as this episode is lasting longer than the last, and more blood is starting to pour from his nose, from his eyes, even from his ears at this point. His whole face and his upper chest seems to be just covered in blood.
Can I cast Detect Magic?
Yeah. What's the rules on that one?
For the duration, you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. If you sense magic in this way, you can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic. You learn its school of magic, if any. The spell can penetrate most barriers, but is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, and a thin sheet of lead or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay. So Orweeb seems to hover her hands over Corwin's panicking body, and you see a faint green glow come from her palms. And you can actually see what seems like to be a purple aura form around Corwin, and you can feel this magic power, a harmful magic power, radiating from Corwin himself.
Can I learn the school of magic?
I'm sorry?
It says that if I detect something that bears magic, I learn its school of magic, if any.
It
I would
doesn't really
assume that just
strike.
means the type of magic, like if it's evil or whatever.
The most you get from your spell is you can tell it's a harmful evil magic, and it seems to be almost of a hex nature. Like it was placed on him.
Yeah, I'm a
Look at
fucking witch.
Orweeb and be like, dude, what is this? What are you doing?
You guys can see
I think he's
O'Flanagan is
done.
on one knee, and he's kind of like he's like rotating Corwin's head when he can, as Corwin kind of violently just like jumps around, and you can see he's like bringing his talons along Corwin's neck, and he's like just almost like evaluating his skin itself. And we go back into the episode Corwin is having. The circular gate starts to open, and as it does, you watch as this Merlin spins to the group he's with and seems to push them back with an energy like magic, the kind of which you've never seen before. The group thrusted into the cavern. The old man quickly uses the same energy magic and pulls the circular door shut. He raises a staff to the sky, fine oak and spruce intertwining to a glowing orb that rests atop the staff. The attacker yells out, No! A brewing of clouds form and lightning strikes a couple of those elemental discs you saw before, and the cavern itself. The discs shatter, and you can hear a clunk, like the gate sealing forever. The cracks of stone as the cave seems to begin collapsing. The attacker rushes the old man and summons an energy you do recognize. Warlock magic. This purple energy assaults the old man and restrains him. The attacker, who was regarded as Mason, approaches the old man. He summons a sword of magic from himself and raises it to the sky, just before he quickly comes down with it to the old man, Merlin. You watch as the energetic blade meets his neck, and your mind flashes back, just as you hear screams crying out for the one regarded as Merlin. Give me a Constitution save.
Corn, what are your hit points at right now?
Can I cast
Nice
resistance
15.
again?
We're at 19.
Yeah, if you have enough spell slots.
It's a cantrip.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So you can roll a d4 and add on to it.
To my 19?
Yeah, if you want to.
Sweet.
So just so you
22.
know, you didn't make it, but with that rule, you did make it. So you don't take any damage.
Nice.
Corwin, your
Damn.
eyes, you kind of feel some talons like scraping along your neck very gently, not to the point of trying to harm you, but almost evaluating you as your eyes kind of snap open. You see the tavern ceiling above you as it's kind of seeming to have some water leaks as droplets kind of fall from the roof and onto the tavern floor, and you kind of seem to just like light just fills your vision, and you seem like you're yo-yoing between different places, and you almost feel sick, like you want to vomit. What do you want to do?
But he's gonna kind of sit up and be like, Where's Merlin?
Who's Merlin?
I
Who's
need to-
Merlin, lad?
Is the
Dude, what's going on with you?
He's the one with the big beard and a pointy hat. There's
I'm gonna
another
ask Orbweeb real quick and be like, what was that purple thing? What was the thing you were doing around it?
Yes, half elf. What was that magic thing you do?
I was detecting magic on him, and it seems like he has some sort of evil hex. Do you know where that came from, Corwin?
an evil what?
Hex, like a witch.
No, I don't know no witches.
Well, some
Suddenly,
witch knows you. It seems like.
suddenly a voice rings through Corwin's mind. Why won't you stay? That familiar pain overwhelms you again, like water crashing through your brain. You collapse to the ground and hold your head as you try to resist whatever this is. Give me another Constitution save.
Casting resistance.
Okay, with a D4 on top.
Alright.
This time you kind of see Flanagan almost steps back as it seems like whatever there's nothing
20.
he has that he can offer to help this situation. 20?
Yeah.
You take 6 damage.
Ouch.
Your mind flashes black and then flashes again. You appear nearby a battlefield. You can see what looks like 2 armies battling each other. You can see a castle possessing so much beauty and architecture. It seems to be something out of myth, pure fables. But it's here. You can see it clear as day. It stands tall and proud, flourishing even. You hear a voice call out, "Dole it up, men! We're the last line of defense!" A woman yells out as she seems to be leading the army against the other next to a man donning a circular shield. The woman instantly strikes you with her beauty. She seems to be almost unnatural. Her beauty as if it was crafted by a magic arts user. You start to think she's an artificial creation. They seem to be fighting alongside each other. Her with a blade and him with his shield. They seem so in sync it reminds you of classical fairs from your home village. It's elegant, like dance, but deadly, like war demands. You all can see as Corwin wails in pain, continuing to grab at his eyes and scratching at his head. What do you want to do?
So I have a cantrip that I can't pronounce. It's thaumaturgy.
Yeah.
Thaumaturgy?
Thaumaturgy.
Thaumaturgy. So
Thaumaturgy.
I can Mama turkey. I'm gonna guess Mama turkey. So I can manifest a minor wonder. One of those is that my voice booms up to 3 times as loud as normal for 1 minute. And I want to like grab Corwin's face and yell into it and see if I could, with like the boom, and see if I could like pull him back to where he's supposed to be. Like catch his attention.
Okay, is it a cantrip?
It is a cantrip, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you guys watch as Orbweeb seems to like she presses her fingers on her neck and pushes into her vocal cords, and you watch as like this
I mean,
blue energy.
Demointis does it.
Who did I say?
Orbweeb.
Sorry. Demointis pushes against his vocal cords, and you can see this blue light appearing from the tips of his fingers, and suddenly, God, I almost said it again. Demointis yells out, "What do you want to say?"
I'm just gonna yell his name and be like, Corwin, you're in
The-
a tavern.
The voice is so loud, the the glass he's washing as he's like almost just intrigued by this whole thing going on. He's not really bothered because his tavern isn't really open yet. But as this voice booms, he goes, "Ah!" And he drops the glass and it just shatters like on the tavern floor.
I'm gonna yell sorry, but it's in like the same boom.
Sorry! He's like, "Ow!" As he like he flies back into the tavern wall where all the glasses are, and just bottles start falling to the ground and shattering, and he starts panicking from all the bottles shattering, and it's just a domino effect of him bouncing along the counter as he's trying to evade all the alcohol bottles just hitting the ground and shattering.
Like,
Corwin,
I'll pay for that. Same boom.
Corwin, you hear a voice yell out, "Corwin!" And you snap back into Orensal. You see Demointis, and then it feels like you get pulled back in, and you go back under. You see you're sorry, and you come back out to Ornsall again. You look up and you can see Demointis another time, and then it feels like a hand just kind of grabs you by the face and brings you back in, like it's fighting you to stay in. Give me another Constitution savings throw.
Resistance.
It's not gonna help, dearie.
At least it's a cantrip.
Right?
7.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
It's not going so well.
You take 3 damage.
What are you at on hit points?
6. Like I'm bleeding pretty good.
Okay, I'm gonna do cure wounds on him again.
Okay. Demointis kind of kneels down as Corwin seems to be at this point he's almost rapidly coming back and then going back in, coming back and going back in. He's like like almost like someone's trying to swim out of a pool, but they don't have the power in them and they keep going back under. And they come back out, take a deep breath, and then get sucked back in. You lay your hands out over Corwin and you cast Cure Wounds.
7?
7.
That'll help.
Something.
Corwin, you come back one more time, and you look to Demointis, who's trying to help you, and you seem to have an extra second to be able to say something as you can feel the hands coming back over you, metaphorically again, about to pull you under. What do you say?
Can I yell like, "How can we help you"? Do I see that he's like kind of conscious for that second?
Yeah, you can tell he's come back for a little bit longer than usual. Corwin, you have a chance to say something, and you can, yeah. Demointis,
There's
if you want to say something.
something trying to bring me to a place I've never been before. There's this big castle. There's battle going on. There's some strapping man with a shield. Another beautiful woman. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know what's going
He
on.
goes back in, and suddenly he passes out, just like that. Suddenly, Corwin, you can hear cries for help as a young boy is kneeling over his mother. She's taken a traumatic injury to her brain from the fight you saw previously. The young boy holds onto her tightly as the familiar old man speaks to another. This man, wearing a golden crown, donning armor that almost seems to glow, like he is the essence of light itself. At his hip, a scabbard holding a fantastic blade. Merlin, the one he saw previously, speaks to him. Sir, I'm afraid she suffered an injury even I cannot heal, similar to yours. You can see the crowned man's left arm has bulging veins and imbued with a dark coloring, sickly looking. You can tell he's been cursed by a powerful magic, but you're not sure what. The old man chimes in, Arthur, I can recover her health, but her mind will never be the same. Even with my magic, I can only recover her brain, but her memory will not remain. It would be best if we relocate her for the time being and provide her with protection. For a moment, Corwin, you're dumbfounded as you swore you saw the same man executed just previously. The Crowned King speaks gently. Understood. Provide her with Sully, our Knight of the Round Table. He shall protect her with his life. I will break the news to my son. Your mind flashes, the pain seeming to relieve a bit as the overwhelming pressure subsides. You come out with a sigh of relief, and you return back to Ornsall, the Waterfall Citadel, and you see Demointis still looking over you in just an overall panic.
My head hurts.
Corwin! What? What was that, buddy? What is that? Does that happen
Wow,
often?
are
Because
you
we can't be
alright?
doing that.
No, that's a new one.
A new one? Have you been cursed by any? Have you seen anybody lately that didn't like you?
Well, you've seen my face. Not a lot of people like me.
Yeah, bit of a sight for
Anything
sores.
personal?
I would rather not talk about it right here.
I
I'd
think
like to
we
get
should
off.
talk about it.
I'd
I
like to
think
get
you
off
should
the
talk
ground.
about it, considering you almost just
No,
killed yourself.
I'm willing to talk about it, just not here on the ground with y'all right over me. Some space might help. Just
Alright,
a
how
tad.
about we get you to a room where you can take a
That-
real
That sounds great.
fantastic.
As you guys are like discussing this with Corwin, you kind of hear a voice call out from the bar. It's O'Flynn again. He's like, mate, That was crazy. And you see he just takes another swig from his ale as he was just kind of watching the whole thing go down. His arm leaning on the counter like he's much more relaxed than he was before. Almost seeming like he's trying
Happy
too
to
hard to look
entertain.
like he's chill about this situation.
Yeah, I second what he said. That was crazy, gotta say.
He looks over to the barkeep, and the barkeep is just covered in alcohol. All the bottles that broke. And Flanagan's like, when I brought them here, I didn't think that was going to happen. You cannot blame me for that. And
I'm
the
gonna look at the
barkeep,
barkeep and be like, I've known this guy for like 2 days. Like,
the barkeep looks over to Flanagan. He says, "That's going on your tab." Flanagan just smacks the counter and gets up and kind of walks over to you guys, and he's like, "We should probably leave."
Ugh.
sounds good, Birdman. Let's go.
You guys all kind of pile out of the tavern as you feel pretty unwelcome at this point. You pile back out onto the black pavered roads, and you kind of see it's about 7 o'clock in the morning. There's some wagons. People are actually more hustle and bustle happening amongst the roads. Flanagan kind of looks over to Corwin. And he says, "You know, if that was of magical nature, it's best if we might want to talk to. You want to call him like a magical doctor. I mean, a wizard might be able to diagnose you. I know of one."
That might be a good idea.
There's several things we're trying to accomplish currently. We need to help that. Older gentleman with the flowers. We have the package to deliver, but we all are tired. We don't want us to deter further to find out what's going wrong with me.
You're no good to us dead, so maybe we should solve that one first.
Fine. Take us
But
to your doctor, wizard, apothecary person.
See, that's the issue. Is I'm sort of out of favors here. I've kind of called in a lot to get us these world passes, and the only wizard I know would be Roderick, who
Who's
we
The captain of the guard, Roderick, the one we just encountered, Roderick, the one that's at the combat mansion, Roderick.
yes,
Fantastic.
and
Feels
there might be a wizard in the shop center. I mean the town square, but that's the only wizard I know of. I know there's some that run local shops, but we can try them if you'd like.
it's up to you, dude, or we could just go take an and hope you sleep it off.
Where's the next closest inn or tavern? Maybe on the way, if we happen to see something, we can stop by. If not, then nap, and then we can go figure out what to do next.
The closest tavern besides this one is probably gonna be back in the town square. I think there's one towards the west gates, but it's a little ways out. It's a pretty big city.
Do you know
Right.
where the closest inn is?
I might know somebody who can provide us with some bedding for free. Maybe. No, he doesn't like me very much. I might know one. Follow me.
It doesn't
see
have
if-
to be free, but it can be cheap.
We'll see. I'll see if I can do cheap. Flanagan kind of spins around. He kind of is a brisk walk to an unknown destination that he's kind of trucking off to. Do you guys want to follow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you follow suit as Flanagan's kind of walking down these black pavers. You can see a couple of wagons pass by, and one kind of rolls up next to you guys, and you see a man. He's kind of sitting in this black seat made of leather from various different animals, and you can see two horses are trucking this wagon along. He goes, "Ho, ho, stop!" He comes to a full stop next to you guys. Flanagan just doesn't really seem to be paying mind to him as he's still walking. He kind of calls down to you all, and he's like, "Would you all like a ride? 1 silver piece? Take you where you need to go within 5 miles?"
Well, if that was the case, then we could go all the way to the west gate.
Yeah, you want to go to the west gate?
Possibly.
It's probably going to run you about 3 silver pieces to the west gate.
Is there an inn near the west gate? Because we should really sleep.
Oh, there's a
I'll
couple
turn
of
to the-
inns on the way.
Could always get at least halfway.
I'll take halfway.
Okay, that will be. Well, I'll cut you a deal, make it 1 silver piece, and I'll take you halfway. No problem. But it will be 1 silver piece per passenger. This ain't a charity.
That's fine.
I can do that. Trying to take a magic Uber, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, do you got change for a gold piece?
Let me see who I got here. He kind of unzips the pouch to his side, and he's like ruffling through it. Sure. 1 gold piece.
Yeah, here you go.
You paying for
Thank
all of
you.
your mates here?
Yeah, I
Yeah?
got them all.
Okay. He stows the gold piece, and he pulls out 7 silver pieces. He hands it back over to you.
Thank you.
Up aboard! Up aboard! You see O'Flanagan is still just trucking, as he doesn't want to ride on this wagon. As you guys all climb aboard, you kind of see there's not really a room for Arakakra. It's more of a 4-seater, but even as a 4-seater, he wouldn't be able to fit in. He seems to be just destination bound. You guys gonna go up?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You see he goes, let's go! And he kind of whips the leads, and the horses kind of began a nice little gallop. Not too fast, not too slow. You all kind of get to relax a little bit. Along the journey, you all can take a brief half rest and recover your half rest points. Or short
Yeah,
rest.
yeah.
Whoa. That puts me back to full.
Sorry, trying to find it. I'll get there.
You're good. It'll be a little short rest tab somewhere on your character sheet.
Yeah. I've seen it before, I just don't remember where it's at.
Up at the top.
Up at the top. Ah. Fantastic.
Okay, so as the wagon goes on for some ways, you can see people are passing by. Some people look envious of your wagon ride as they start to debate they want to order their own. You actually do see a couple more children along the way selling the same similar newspaper. And you see one in particular is the same child from before, waving a newspaper, and he looks to you three and he's like, 1 copper newspaper! 1 copper newspaper! As he turns and he starts waving to other people as you three pass by. At
Can
this
I
point,
toss him
O'Flanagan.
1 copper coin? Now
Yeah.
that I actually have copper.
Sure.
Okay, I'm just
You,
gonna throw, kind of toss it, flick it over to him.
Yeah, all right. You flick over a copper piece and you watch as he's waving his newspaper to somebody else. It kind of hits him in the side of the head, and he looks to his side and he kind of picks up this copper piece and gives you a little nod and puts it back in his pouch. O'Flanagan, at this point, you guys have no idea where Flanagan's at. You passed him a while ago, and you haven't really seen him since. About 20 minutes passes by, and you pull up to this little smaller tavern. It has a nice glow to it, as they seem to have opened the doors by now, as it's about 8 o'clock in the morning. The doors are actually open, and you can see a little bit of a walkway leading inside. The wagon comes to a stop and says, all right, this is your destination. This is where I must leave you.
Alrighty,
Appreciate
good
you. Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. He kind of shuffles you guys off, and he goes, all right, yeah, let's go. And he kind of disappears and down the paver road. You three walk into this tavern, and you're greeted by an older lady at the front desk, and she says, how can I help you?
Rooms, please.
Rooms. We got rooms. It's about 2 silver pieces per room.
All right, 3 rooms, please.
Oh, that'll be 6 silver pieces, please.
All right, you got it.
And she see her old wrinkly hands kind of hold out, and they're somewhat shaky as she's like holding out her hand to you. And it's from a basic history check would tell you, doesn't really require one, that this is at pretty low rates for anywhere, even in like your village. Most inns, even in small villages, would require like 5 silver pieces at the lowest. But she seems to be somewhat of a more kind nature, not really in it for the money. When she holds out her hand, takes the 6 silver pieces from you, and she kind of hands you these 3 brass keys. She lets each of you each take one, and says, "Enjoy this day at the kind inn." And she kind of turns around and kind of goes shuffling through her paperwork. You guys head to your rooms?
Yes.
Okay. As each of you head into your own spaces, you go into a room and you're greeted by a nice cotton bed. It doesn't seem like it's been used in a while, almost a little dusty. Like for some reason, not many people stay here too often. Probably because it's not one of the extravagant, has a tavern included inns. It's just a standard 10-bedroom inn. As you stroll in, you can kind of see a nightstand, an old lamp. It's powered by, you're not really sure. There's not really a source to it. The light emanates almost like of a magical nature. As each of you both all approach your own individual beds in your own individual rooms, you feel pulled into the cotton almost as you just feel completely exhausted from this point, from all your previous ventures. Will you all take a long rest?
Yes.
Okay. You all kind of crawl into bed.
I
You're in
can't hear
separate
you. Hold
rooms.
on. Annika,
Huh.
try talking.
Nope,
Girl, I
can't hear
think
you.
you're
Can't hear
muted.
you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
There it goes.
there you go. You
I
muted your
don't think
mic.
you've
I'm
been
s-
talking this whole
No,
time.
I've been talking. My thing was down. That's so weird. Usually it like mutes when I pull it up and then like
No,
dang.
yeah, I didn't hear. You haven't talked for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, you haven't talked for a while.
Damn, I've been talking though.
I
I've been saying shit. I've just
Wow.
been having a little chit chat over here with myself. Well, what I wanted to say was, can I prop something against my door, like
To keep it
so that
open?
somebody can't open it? No,
Oh, to
like
keep it closed?
just a little extra reinforcement on the inside.
Yeah, yeah. So as you kind of you close your door, you use your brass key, you lock it from the inside. You find a wooden chair at a desk in the room, and you kind of prop it against the door handle, and you feel like it's pretty snug.
Okay, then I'll go to bed.
Okay, Corwin or Weeb, is there anything you guys wanted to do?
No, I'm taking
I
a
want to
long
sleep.
ass rest.
Okay.
Yeah, long rest.
All
Long
3 of
rest.
you take a long rest. Go ahead and hit that button real quick, and I will continue
Can I
afterward.
recover 1 level of exhaustion
It does it
Yep.
because I
automatically.
drank an
Well,
8?
it requires food and drink.
Yeah,
I
so
drank an 8.
yeah,
Oh
you're good.
shit.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I made a point to drink and eat.
All right, just a second. Okay. I will cue a quick break so everyone can go about their business and get a second to rest, and we will come back in 10 minutes.
Okie
Sounds good.
dokie.
All right. Be back in 10. Okay. We'll just wait
Or
for Weeb and Corwin.
I brought some snacks with me. I've got some
Oh,
meat
damn, I
tart
should do that
roast,
next time.
some carrots.
Wow. Look at you.
Not
Look at you.
sponsored. I'm just kidding.
Please sponsor.
Right, but sponsor me, please.
Sponsor
Anybody.
us.
I'll advertise anything. Wow, Orbweave's wall is mooning us. Wow. It's got
Eh,
some great decor down there.
Hello, sorry.
welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. I don't know if Corwin,
This is
Preston, do you need your headphones on or can you hear us? We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Yes, you can.
Okay, now we can.
Fine,
It's
fine.
it's a little okay.
we can't bring a pizza for the DM. He's in another state.
Buy him a pizza.
I wouldn't have time to eat it anyway. That's the play of DMing. You can't eat. You're talking the whole time. You don't have time to eat. Right, no time.
I got so much time to eat.
Okay. That's what I was gonna do. Just a moment. Cool. Okay, so you all have long rested. It is now about 10 p.m. at night. It's getting rather dark, but Waterfall Citadel is a very bright city. Much illumination, unlike a lot of what you have seen in your past, especially Orb and Corwin. Typically, ordinance hours for Corwin's Eagle Crest Village after like 8 p.m. Most people were inside indoors. You didn't really see people outside. Unlike Waterfall Citadel, that has a lot of hustle and bustle still in these night hours, as it seems to be the city is just starting to come alive. Lots more traffic, lots more wagons, lots more children handing out newspaper, trying to make a quick buck. You guys kind of crawl out of bed slowly but surely. All of you eventually making your way back to the lobby of the Kind Inn, where the older lady seems to be just in her wooden chair, her arms crossed and just kind of slumped over, like the door still wide open for anybody to walk in. What do you guys want to do?
I feel bad that we ditched our bird friend. Should we go find him?
God damn it, he seems helpful.
He's really helpful, and he gave us money.
Yeah.
He gave
All right,
you
well-
guys money. He didn't give me any money.
You want some money, Corwin?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
You see some talons kind of like appear over Corwin's shoulder, holding a gold piece in front of his eyes, and he says, "Here you go, friend." You see O'Flanagan kind of appears behind Corwin. "That caught up eventually. It just took me longer than you guys, but I didn't want to have to pay for a wagon."
I was kidding, but thanks.
"You're welcome." I see he kind of just reseals his side pouch, and he says, are we all rested?"
Ready to rumble. Let's find that flower for that old guy.
He mentioned it was
Kinda
at the
committed
West
to that.
Gates.
Hmm?
Did he mention it was at the West Gates?
Near
Just
the West
ask him.
Gates.
Just past him?
Mm.
Well, because I know there's the Garden of the Citadel. That is towards the West Gates. But I'd be shocked if a flower like the lotus flower is there. On the other hand, we need to still find that wizard who might be able to diagnose Corwin. I mean, Corwin, it's your health, it's your call. It's what you want to do.
Um, Yeah, we can go find out what's going on.
I think
Okay.
that's a good call.
Should we head to a town square, a shopkeep, try to find a local wizard, or we want to try to chat with the town's guard captain?
I think we should ask this nice lady, if she knows anyone.
Hey, she's sleeping. We should just find a wizard. He might be able to help us find the lotus flower.
All right,
Or
fine.
we.
Huh.
You have any suggestions? Pitch in.
Mm. I think we should just find the nearest wizard. I don't want to veer too far off track.
We could head to a one of the shop streets and see if we can find a merchant. Besides that, the only wizard I know of is Roderick.
Yeah, let's hit some shops.
Go
Okay.
shopping.
You see O'Flanagan
shopping.
kind of O'Flanagan makes his way for the door and he kind of kneels under it as he kind of passes through the entryway. He takes a look back at you guys and one last look back at the older lady and turns towards the busy pavered street ahead of him. You guys following?
Yes.
Do it, do it.
Yeah.
Okay. You hit the street. You walk a couple of blocks and you enter into another town square. There's a water fountain in the middle. It's the water itself seems to have a unique glow to it, like some kind of magic is streaming through the actual water, filling it with colors like red, green, yellow, trying to make it very celebratory like. People are entering different taverns. You see there's different like clubs, shops. It's very nightlife. It's polar opposite of what you saw this morning. It's the streets are filled, plenty of people are selling plenty of products. You see at least 6 or 7 different merchant shops. What do you want to do?
What event is going on? Why are the water changing colors?
Flanagan kind of looks to you and he looks back to the water fountain. He's like, "Oh, that's just the Waterfall Citadel. They do this every day."
Sounds
Wow.
waste. All right.
The Waterfall
I
Citadel
want
is
to.
kind of a tourist attraction for Uinsal. It's like one of the only cities that flourish on uniting the races. As he says that, you guys kind of take a second look around. You see halflings, dwarves, half elves, like 1 to 2 tieflings. They're kind of uncommon. The only one you don't really see much of is dragonborns. You see none. Plenty of humans. You don't see any Arakakra. Yeah.
Do I see any animals?
You see some dogs and cats here and there. Some in different alleyways. Some people walking their own pets. You see a couple people even have birds perched on their shoulders. Flanagan kind of taken aback by that because it's like looking at a miniature version of himself obeying a human. He doesn't really appreciate the idea.
That's fair.
Can't even argue with that.
Yeah, all sorts of different kinds of creatures. In the center, near the water fountain, you do see another billboard, and a couple of people standing near it. These people standing near the billboards that seem to come and go are decked in like leather armor. They have some swords, bows and arrows, quivers. They seem more warrior-esque as they kind of evaluate the papers on this billboard. You see some actually pluck papers off, hold it, and then walk away with it like they're on some kind of quest.
We're collecting
You go.
flowers.
Where you go picking? Flower picking.
Are any of these shops that are around us like potion shops? Anything
Give
like
me
that that would have a
investigation.
wizard in them?
Go, either give me investigation or a intelligence check. Your
Let me
choice.
see what's higher. Hold on. It's gonna give me a better chance. Give you an investigation. A 5.
Okay. You kind of look around and you see Des Moines seems to be just kind of like he has the intention of trying to help, but then it gets kind of lost in all of the different races and lights and hustle bustle party like happiness. Just the aura of enjoyment that everyone seems to have. It's like they're worry free, and Des Moines just gets lost in it, almost trailing off, being pulled in by this happy free aura.
I'll try to do what he did and investigate for a shop that looks like it'll have like a wizard in it or someone that will help us.
Yeah, go for it.
What did she roll?
Investigation.
Yeah. Des Moines just got a 5.
I also
How did I
got a
know that was
5.
gonna happen? So,
No,
Orweed, you kind
I
of
like
look
this.
around and you see a couple of elves, and you feel attracted to the idea of getting to know your own race. I'm sorry, are you a half elf or elf?
Half elf.
Half elf. Okay, so you see a couple of actual elves traveling together, and you feel somewhat intimidated, but also attracted to the idea of getting to know the other side of your race that you haven't really gotten to know very well, being that you were abandoned at a very young age, by mistake, of course, but you feel enticed to kind of go forward and speak with them as you slowly start also being pulled into this hustle bustle party like city life happening before you. Corwin, you're watching as your
Just
party
find-
mates. I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, can I just try to find the most attractive one and come up and walk up to them?
Yeah. Give me an intelligence check again. Investigation, actually.
Orb just gets pulled in by a hot elf. We're not getting anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Or Weeb just
Well,
starts
this
like
is
looking
really
at every elf she can possibly see and just starts finding them all equally attractive, as they are very attractive naturally. But Orweeb becomes very enticed by all of them and just starts kind of trying to figure out which one she wants to go up to and starts darting around trying to figure out where she wants to go. Corwin, you're watching
Fair.
as your party mates are slowly being sucked into this crowd, almost like they're forgetting the whole idea of what you guys came here to do. I'm gonna see real quick what is up with O'Flanagan. You watch as O'Flanagan is already gone. You don't even know where he went.
Man
Awesome.
left again.
Alright, I'm going to just be like, oi!
He is a
Focus on
rogue,
what
so
we're
it's very
supposed to
easy for
do.
him to disappear.
Need what?
He's a rogue, so it's very easy for him just to, if
Oh,
he wants
yeah.
to, even just naturally.
I'm gonna try and get their attention to kind of focus up.
Okay, you kind of just clap your hands and try calling out to Demointhus and Orbweeb. Demointhus and Orbweeb, give me intelligence checks to see if you can remember the reasons why you came here, or if you become completely enticed by the idea. 9.
Nine.
I don't know.
Both got 9s.
I got a 10. She
Oh,
got a
10.
9.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
I'm one above you.
Hey, don't fuck with my D&D sheet.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh.
Demointhus, you hear Corwin kind of call out to you, and you kind of snap out of it. And you remember you got a merchant shop you gotta find. Orbweeb is still just trailing off, getting farther and farther lost in the crowds.
Do I see Orb?
Somewhat. She's starting to blend in.
Okay, I'm just gonna yell and be like, Orb! Come
Like
here.
a dog. Like I'm a kid.
I'm like, hey!
Orbweeb,
hear-
give me another intelligence check.
Orb, please.
I am
Please.
trying. Ew,
16.
16.
Okay.
Okay. You yell out for Orbweeb, and Orbweeb just kind of fully snaps out of it and decides that she will learn more about her ancestral race later, and kind of turns around and returns to you guys, and you guys all group up. Flanagan still missing.
Be like, alright. Alright, Corin, do you see any shops that might have a wizard in them? Because we can't seem to find them.
I see, a lot with my 22.
Or 22.
It's a nat 20, but us two, 22.
I don't see it.
What?
No, it's not on here. Last roll was the 16 with Orb Weed.
When did you roll up?
I just rolled it.
Did you roll to everyone or to yourself?
That's to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, I'll pass it
Maybe
this
send
time,
him a
but
picture.
Here, hold on. I'll do it again.
Gotta roll better than a 5 at least.
Should have a bunch of different rolls coming through.
nothing, man.
Weird.
What the hell?
Are you on the right sheet?
do.
Are you rolling to everyone?
Yeah. There's a custom roll.
Nope.
Survival check.
Are you guys seeing it?
No,
No.
I'm not.
Yeah, it says my last roll was that intelligence check.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
It's coming up in the game logs for me.
Mm-hmm.
See, I rolled on your sheet just now and it worked.
I don't know.
That is weird.
Weird and inconvenient. Look at that.
Yeah. I guess you just keep trying to mess with it until you see it pop up.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just go up to
In the
22 for
meantime,
now.
can I just try to roll again and try to find a shop? Can I
Yeah,
just?
go ahead.
All right. I got 12.
You look around, you do see a few different merchant shops. You can't really tell what's going on inside. Hey, I saw that
There
one.
we go.
There we are. 22.
So collectively, you guys kind of look around and you can see the different merchant shops. Some of them seem to have different various magic objects in each one, but you do see one in particular with a merchant. He seems rather younger. Just a second. Okay. You seem somewhat attracted to this merchant, specifically more on Demointhus's end, as another tiefling is behind the counter, sort of handling potions on shelves, pulling them down. You see he's mixing different concoctions as people are kind of taking them and sipping on them. He seems to be kind of putting on a show as he's trying to lure in crowds into his shop.
Consider me Lord.
You guys want to go over?
Yeah, we go in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You all kind of make your way up. You see there's about like 10 people ahead of you. You all kind of crowded around his shop. You see he's almost acting like he's a bartender as he's mixing potions. He's like, "Welcome everyone! Welcome!" And he's like just dumping different things together. Puffs his coloring smoke like green smoke. You see all different kinds of different concoctions. He's pouring them like he's pouring ale and he's flipping some. You see he has this wand in his hand. He spins it around his finger and shoves it in his pocket, pulls a potion from behind his back, pours it into another glass and kind of starts mixing them together. You see he slides it down the bar towards the guy, another guy who's a customer, and he takes a swig from it and he kind of goes, "Oh God!" And see all of a sudden, poof, becomes a frog, lands on the counter and just starts hopping away. And you see the tiefling is like, "That was not supposed to happen." Anyway, and he keeps going along the bar and mixing different potions. What do you guys want to do?
I'm excited to see a tiefling, so I'm just gonna run up to him.
Okay, you guys watch as Demointhus kind of just like starts making his way through the crowd. Demointhus, give me a dexterity check.
Solid.
Mid.
4. Demointhus is like, "Oh, And it starts like heading towards the crowd and just bumps straight into the first
Oh.
person and kind of gets knocked back. The guy in front of her is like, "Wait your turn, man!" As they all seem very eager to get their own potion and samples.
That didn't work out.
Anything else you guys wanted to try?
Can I guess I'll try to make my way to the guy, tiefling gentleman.
How
I'll
do you want to
my
maneuver?
darndest.
How do you want to maneuver through
Can
the
I just-
crowd?
Can I just carefully try to squeeze my little way through?
That would require a dex check.
I'll do what I gotta do.
All right, give me a dex check. (18). Okay, so you
Okay.
guys watch as Orweeb's like pats Demointhus on the left shoulder, and then it kind of just whoosh, seems to slither into the crowd through everybody. Before Orweeb even realizes she's at the front of the crowd, in front of everyone. People kind of seem a little bit annoyed, but didn't even see her really get in front, and almost kind of wonder if she was there the whole time. And you see this potion brewer is like in the mid potion pour, and he's like, "Hi, welcome to my little establishment here. What can I get for you?" And he starts just keeps mixing potions.
Oh man, okay. Hi. I'm looking for someone who can help someone else not be cursed.
You see, he just kind of like, as he's pouring a
Do you
potion,
know anybody?
he comes to a slow stop, and he stops pouring it, and he's like,
He's like, you seem really helpful, so I thought it would be okay asking you.
"Do me a favor. I will entertain the idea of helping you out if you take a little swig off this potion. I'm not
Aw, man,
entirely
what is
sure
it?
what it is. I mixed a little bit of thaumaturgy, a little bit of transmutation, but I've been kind of having mixed results. So you want to try it? I'll help you out if you want to try my potion."
Does it taste like ale? I don't like ale.
No, it tastes more like if imagine that you took a snake and then drained the venom from its fangs, acquired oil, mixed it in, and then used a little bit of what's the word? Bird poop, and kind of boiled them into one concoction. It's pretty.
like
Is this not vegan?
It's non-GMO.
It's not GMO.
Yeah, I'll
Yeah?
take some. Why not? If you're willing to help me out.
Okay, he hands you the potion, and you're kind of watch as you take it into your hands. The liquid kind of splashes around, and it's continuously changing colors. Do you take a swig?
Before I take a drink, I'm gonna make a joke about the water in this town, and then I'll drink it.
Okay. Or we kind of cracks a joke about this algae water in this town, and then takes a sip of the potion. You kind of feel it goes down rather harshly. You'd almost prefer like Everclear over whatever you're drinking right now. It comes down. You try to get through it. You're struggling to keep it down. Give me a Constitution check.
Alrighty. Nat 20!
Nat 20.
Let's
You kind of,
go.
for a moment, you're like,
Three.
and you get it all the way down, and he looks you dead in the eye, and he's like, "Inconclusive." And he puts the potion on the
Alright.
back shelf. How can I help you?
Do you know anybody who can help somebody not be cursed anymore?
It's a pretty simple spell. Let me. He kind of pulls out a book and starts thumbing through it real fast. As he's thumbing through this book, he's like, where is he? Where is he? Where is she? Where is they?
Where is they? I'm not sure. It was more like I was just looking for like a wizard doctor if you know of anybody nearby.
I am somewhat trained in the magical arts. I might be able to help you if you can present me the victim.
All right, let me go see if I can find him. I'll be right back.
Splendid.
Wait, what's your name?
Zachariah.
Zachariah. Alrighty. I'll be right back, Zachariah.
Pleasant. You see, he turns back to the his potion shelves, and he starts just grabbing more potions and brewing them together, and more smoke seems to puff out of him. At one point, he takes 2 potions, mixes them into a third, and just poof, and he gets covered in this like ashy blue substance, and he's like, that doesn't seem right, and he continues mixing them. Or we be making your way
Yeah.
back to Corwin.
Yes.
Orwade maneuvers back through the crowd based on the 18 and gets back to Corwin and Des Moines. What do you want to do?
All right, guys. I think he can help us out. I drank his weird drink. I'm feeling all right so far. He said he might be able to help you with your curse.
All right. That sounds fantastic.
All right, let's go see him. His name is Zachariah.
Okay.
You guys turn back to the crowd. It's gotten slightly bigger. It's not really as easily maneuverable as before, and everyone's kind of blocking the pathway back to Zachariah.
Let's force our way through, guys.
Do you want to
Well,
Yeah,
power
I'm
through
gonna
them?
try again to try to get myself up there.
Okay. Des Moines, give me a dexterity check.
Come on, Dex. 19.
19. You guys watch as Des Moines says, "All right, cool," and just disappears into the crowd and slithers through.
All right, Corwin, you're next, buddy.
Well, I don't think I can do that.
I sure you can.
With a 12. Oh, I really don't think I can.
Turns out Corwin cannot.
You see Corwin starts reaching in the crowd, and as he puts his hand on the shoulder of someone, he tries to pull himself back past this guy. It's the same guy Des Moines bumped earlier, and he's like, "Back off, man!" And he goes to shove Corwin. Actually, just a second.
It was a bit out of a roll. Come on.
With an 18 to Corwin's AC.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't take any damage, but you watch this guy just shoves Corwin back, and he kind of stumbles back a few feet. Says, "Back off, man! I've been waiting in line. Keep trying to cut me." And he turns around.
I didn't try and cut you. I tried to move past you.
"What do you think cutting
Some
is,
people-
man?" And he turns back to you. "We got a problem?"
Oh, somebody's intellect is brooding over their own.
Okay, I'm gonna get into the middle of
All
them
right.
and say sorry about the mix-up. This is my friend, and Zachariah, the lovely potion man up there, was helping me and him. So we're just trying to get our way back to the front so we can get on out of here, you know?
Give me a persuasion check.
All right.
"18. He goes, "I'm sorry about that, Pally. I've just been waiting a long time in this line. I didn't even come off as hostile. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead." And he steps aside and
Thank you so much.
he starts telling other people to move out of the way and kind of clears a path for you.
Thank you.
You guys kind of walk past him and you approach Zachariah. His back's turned. He's still mixing potions. You see he drops one and it shatters on the floor and he's like, "Ah, damn it." And he keeps mixing more.
I'm gonna yell his name to get it in.
All right, all 3 of you arrive up to the counter and you say, "Zachariah!" And he turns around and he's like, "Oh, yeah, you're back." He looks to the other tiefling and he's like, "What are you doing here?"
You know, here and there, and found these people.
This is my friend Des Moines.
Des Moines, are
Yeah,
you the
we're-
cursed one?
What?
Are you cursed? Are you the cursed victim?
No.
Crazy enough, not. It's this guy over here. Not.
Damn. I've never used a potion
I
on my
know.
kind before. Hi, I'm sorry. That was instinctual. I didn't
Look,
mean it.
it's not his fault, man. You don't need to make comments at him.
I didn't
He's
mean
really a nice
it's
guy.
my
Don't
mistake.
like
I'm
crowds.
so
Upside
sorry.
down. I'm upside down. Shit.
That was purely instinctual. Oh, she's gone.
It's on you.
I know, I'm sorry. I have to plug my phone in, so I have to kind of move some stuff around for a second. I'm really sorry.
No worries. So they tell me you have some. It's like a
I
bad
have an
microphone feedback.
affliction.
Okay, it's gone. You have a hex, a curse.
Maybe I keep getting like something like premonitions that keep happening. Um, I had a bit of a run-in with a creepy person who had me read a book. Now I can do some weird things. Voices in my head. So
That sounds odd.
yeah.
I'll tell you what. My shop closes in an hour. Come back in an hour and I can diagnose you. Right now I'm trying to make a coin at the moment, so kind of scatter for an hour.
Scatter.
Dope,
I-
man. Sounds good.
Dope.
I'm gonna I'm gonna ask him if I can play my lute next to him for some extra coin myself. If I can be some entertainment for him in the next hour.
Music does help
Hmm.
soothe your crowd, and there's a few
I can-
people who are a bit upset.
Someone's a little
Yeah.
pissy in the back.
Tell you what, you play on your nice is that a lute? You play on that lute for a little bit, and I'll toss you a gold piece, but you don't get any of my revenue.
Alright. Do I have anything on? Am I wearing a hat? I'm not wearing a hat.
No.
Will he let me behind the counter? Or am I
Yeah.
just playing near him?
You can be behind the counter.
Alright, I'm gonna go behind the counter, take my boot off, and put it on the counter for tips, and start playing my lute.
You see, as you come behind the counter and you pull out your lute and you start to strum on it, he watches you put the boot on the counter and you just like tips. You kind of push it forward. And he kind of looks at you like, no tips, and he takes the boot and kind of just pushes it back off the counter and drops it onto the floor. There's no tips around here. Okay, potions. Who wants thaumaturgy? And you, Corwin, you kind of start getting pushed back behind the crowd. People are kind of getting excited by the music playing and the energy kind of hyping back up. Orb-Weeb, what are you doing?
Can you guys see me?
No.
No.
Damn it! I turned my camera like on and off like 4 times. I can't get it to work again.
Try leaving and rejoining.
Alrighty, I'll be right back.
Okay, so Corwin, as you're kind of getting shoved through the crowd, people are getting hyper up. They don't mean to shove you behind them, but everyone's like crowding around the counter now as he's kind of going into his the prime part of his potion mini festival thing he's got going on here. You get pushed all the way to the back, and you kind of lose Des Moines in the crowd. And you can't really see Des Moines anymore. What do you want to do?
Guess I'll just go wait outside for an hour. Might go get something to eat. See if there's like a butcher or a peddler or something along in the area to get a quick bite.
Sure. Give me. You got a good one earlier. You kind of look around, and you do see there is a man across the way, across the town square. You're watching as he seems to be chopping up some kind of meat that you're not really familiar with. He's chopping into pieces and seems to be dicing it onto some kind of bread. You want to head over to him?
Yeah, that sounds yummy.
Okay. You make your way past the waterfall. It's glowing in lights. People are kind of making their way past you. One gentleman in particular kind of bumps into you, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And kind of just
It's fine. I guess.
He kind of just moves
Can,
past you and keeps going.
can I
Get
do a quick pat down on myself? Make sure I got all my
Yeah.
shit.
Give me a investigation check.
I trust no one with a 10.
You pat yourself down and you feel like you got all your stuff.
Shit. Got
You feel like you've got all your stuff.
Yeah, you don't look too hard as your hunger kind of starts to overwhelm you. You arrive to the butcher, and he kind of looks at you and he says, what would you like? I got pig, cow, um, Drake. What would you like?
some peg would be great.
Pig, perfect. You see, he reaches up to a hook that's hanging, like a full pig. He unhooks it, slams it down on the table, and he's like, "You want a pound, half pound, quarter pound,
A quarter pound would be just fine.
quarter pound?" You see, he takes his giant machete, he goes, whoosh, and it just splits the pig in half. And again, he goes, takes the machete again, whoosh, and he just splits off a piece. You see, he brings it over this little wooden pedestal and places it on the pedestal and watches this little needle kind of go and bounces right there. And he's like, "It's about a quarter pound." He pulls it off the off his wooden scale and puts it in front of you. It's uncooked, raw. Says that'll be 1 gold piece.
1 gold? Yeah, sure, okay.
It's fine pig, man. Do you have a problem?
No. That's fine. No worries. You'll just give him the gold piece.
Okay. He takes the gold piece from me and he's like, "Much appreciated." He kind of edges the pound of pig meat towards you and puts it in his pouch and zips it up. "Is there anything else I can get you?"
No, this will be fine. Thank you.
Okay. Let me know if you need anything else. And you see, he turns around back to his flaying counter and just keeps chopping up this meat that he didn't really explain to you previously. You can't take the pig meat. You see, he's giving you like a wooden board for it to be on, and now you are just holding a chunk of raw pig.
I need to find a fire or a cooking spot. I don't know what to do. I don't like this. I feel like I've been bamboozled over there. What do you do with a quarter pound of peg?
Quick question: Annika, is Natanya coming back?
Dude, I can't. I fucked
I
it
can
up, and I don't know what
her
to do
real
about
quick.
it.
I can run down and check on her.
Annika, I have no idea what you
Oh.
can do to help me. Oh my
Hey,
god, I magically came back! That was incredible!
Welcome
I've been
back.
on here the whole time without you guys being able to see me.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm back.
Ordweave, you kind of tail Corwin over to his little encounter with this butcher. You see, he kind of turns to you. He's kind of frowning as he's holding a quarter pound slab of just raw pig meat. You feel
Oh, don't
just
worry, I'm frowning too.
absolutely. You feel repulsed. Give me a Constitution check.
That's fair. Nasty.
Well, the person who is supposed to be showing me etiquette and whatnot in crowds is busy making money in a potion shop. So.
Well, I'm trying to get us some cash.
Fair.
trying
You
to
got the two
cheer 'em
idiots right
back.
here. We don't have any social skills. I rolled a 19, so I think I'm holding up, but
Yeah. You see the slab of pig meat, and you feel repulsed, and you're like, ugh. Why would anyone want to eat that? And you look to Corwin, and you kind of feel like he feels the same way.
I don't want to eat raw pig. I'm nothing against like a nice ham, but cooked. So
that
I
was a
don't wanna-
light.
I don't want to throw it away because I feel like that's a waste. I don't want to
We
go
can
back.
bury it.
Is that socially acceptable to go and? I've grown up where I was. I feel like you take a hunk of meat and you put it in the ground. That's not socially acceptable.
Making any money.
What did you
Oh.
say?
Said, am I making any money? I've been working my
That's
ass
what I
off back
thought you
there.
said.
Back to Des Moines. This you're playing your loot pretty well. People seem pretty interested as they kind of slowly start deterring their attention from the potion maker to you. And he seems to be a little frustrated with the idea, so he starts trying to mix faster, like that's gonna change it.
I'm
And
gonna
you
start
have
singing
noticed
too.
if as you're
You should
playing
sing.
your loot, you look down your feet, and people have managed to slide 2 gold pieces down on the floor around the counter to your feet. And Zachariah has
Can
not
I just
noticed.
like step on them, like just put my feet over them so he can't see them?
Yeah, you place your foot over them as you continue playing, and they're concealed.
Dope. I'm
This can
fucking it up. I just wanted to check in.
No, yeah, you're good. This continues on for about another 50 minutes. Corwin and Orbweeb go on a little miniature quest of burying the slab of meat he obtained. Corwin, did you want to bury it?
I think
Just
we
paid
should,
a gold piece to.
I don't know. I think we. Oh, is there an alleyway nearby?
Yeah, there's a couple.
Okay.
Passive perception will show you.
Gonna go down one of the alleyways.
Okay. Orbweeb, are you following?
Yeah.
Okay. You follow Corwin through an alleyway, and he walks about halfway through it. You see some cats scatter, and trash kind of gets fumbled as the cats were kind of, thrifting through the garbage to find food. You get halfway
Oh.
through where the stone kind of comes to an end, where it's more damaged and dirt is kind of coming out. And you kind of think this might be a good spot to bury it if you so chose to.
I feel like we got a couple of options. We can bury this hunk of peg, or those kitty cats that were just running around. I do have a dagger on me. We could cut it up. We could feed the cats, or we can
You know
bury it.
what? That is a great idea, and I do have a dagger on me. So let's cut up some meat for the alley cats.
All right, let's make us some cat friends.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys start dicing up the raw
Yeah.
pig
Can we
meat.
take any of them with us?
This is the most fulfilling part of the whole campaign for me so far.
Don't need feral fucking cats with us.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do.
Yes. You guys start dicing up the pig meat and tossing it out. You're not really getting any bites for a little while. Eventually, what seems to be a silhouette of a cat with just piercing yellow eyes comes out of the woodworks and out of the shadows, slowly but cautiously approaches you. You see it's fully black. You see it has actually a hole in its ear, like it's been abused at some point or attacked, and it very cautiously approaches the pig meat and gets a little timid as it gets closer and closer.
Wait, I'm onto something. Just give me. I can't move my thing.
Charm the cat. Charm the cat.
Hold on. I'm getting
Charm the cat and name him Tux.
there. All right, I'm gonna use animal friendship
Nice.
on the cat. It spell lets me convince him that I mean no harm. And as long as his intelligence if the beast's intelligence is 4 or higher, it fails. Otherwise the beast must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be charmed by you for the spell's duration.
Alright, just a sec.
Intelligence can't be over 4. It's like a stray cat.
It's a stray cat.
There's a hole
Cat's
in his ear.
intelligence is a 3.
Alright. Just gonna use this.
I got a cat.
A 3 is minus 3?
4. 3 is
4.
minus 4.
Okay. It got a 12. Or sorry, 14.
Got a 14.
Yeah.
Damn.
You got an 18 naturally, but the minus 4 is at a 14.
Right.
Damn. Do it again.
Oh.
You see, Orb Weeb
Well,
kneels down.
I can also cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. First, Orweeb, you kneel down, and you bring your hands up, and this green mist kind of starts to form, and you blow out, and you watch as the green mist seems to blow like a calm wind towards the cat as you say, "We're friends. Please take our delight food for yourself. Feed yourself. Take care of yourself." And the cat is kind of like, it kind of bows its head and starts to like crawl backward as its hairs start to rise, as it's showing some little bit of aggression and timidness.
We
Griffin.
need
wanna
to
use-
burrito the cat.
Do you want to use
Burrito
Speak with
Yeah.
Animals?
Hold on, there's two things I can do. I can either use Beast Bond or Speak with Animals, and I'm trying to figure out which one is which.
You see, Carl, when you're watching as Orb Weeb is trying, it's kind of like thumbing through her own mind of what she wants to do next, very cautiously, and you kind of notice this black speck seems to kind of crawl around Orb Weeb's neck and then down her arm towards the tip of her knuckles, and it kind of reaches out, and you notice it's a roach. Passive perception tells you it's a roach, and you can see the roach almost seems like it's trying to sniff at the cat. And then the cat's eyes kind of lock onto the roach, and it starts actually crawling closer and closer to Orb Weeb. Like it starts bowing its head like it's ready to hunt, getting closer and closer to
No.
Orb Weeb.
Oh no. Oh
As
god. I got to
Orb
cast
Weebs.
Speak with Animals right now.
Okay. You can't speak with animals. What do you want to say?
I want to tell him that me and the roach and my friend are all safe, and we just want to offer food. And
Okay.
we will not bother him anymore if he does not wish to be bothered.
The cat looks to you. You can hear, you can faintly but surely you can hear what sounds like, "Will I be harmed?"
No.
Oh.
You have no
No.
intention
And
of hurting me.
I promise him that he won't be.
You see, he kind of like unbuckles his shoulders a little bit, and he reaches his paw out towards the pig meat. And as soon as his paw touches the pig meat, he quickly swipes it towards him, and you watch as he just like rips into the pig meat, and is just destroying it. As he hasn't, look, it seems to be he hasn't been fed in what looks like weeks.
Huh.
As he demolishes the pig meat.
Oh. I get a little tear in my eye. But I'm
Or
just gonna
wait-
tell him that he can have as much as I can give.
Do you
Or
guys
we
just,
ask him what his name is.
What's your name, little cat?
the cat kind of like turns its head towards you as it looks up, as it's like pulling more meat away from the chunk, and he just goes, "Name? No name."
Doesn't have a name.
Nicodemus.
Steve.
Can I name you, little guy? Are you a little guy or a little gal?
He he cocks his head the other
Well-
way and then kind of looks down. He says, "Guy," as he seems to double check a couple of times to make sure.
He's not 100% sure. Oh man, I should name him Poncho.
Name him Poncho. Name him Steve.
Why Steve?
Steve the cat.
That'd be funny. Steve.
Alright, Steve seems to be a fan favorite. Steve the cat. The alley cat. Steve, are you neutered?
If not,
I
we're
don't
gonna
wanna-
take care of that.
You see, you
Do
mentioned
we have any
neutery.
veterinary clinics?
You mentioned neutery to Steve, and you watch as he kind of flicks the meat back to you and bolts into the darkness of the alley.
Damn it.
It's okay. Steve the alley cat knows where the food is. I'm ready to go back if it's time.
Yeah, it's been about almost an hour now.
Fantastic.
Oh, that was one gold well spent. I feel much better. I'm still hungry, but we did some good.
You guys head back
You
over
should
to the
feel good, Corwin.
Ah,
you guys head back over to Zachariah, and you see You see, Zachariah and Demointis seem to be in conversation. Demointis, you managed to obtain a grand total of 5 gold pieces while you played your
Damn.
loot in secret.
Nice.
All right.
You see, as Zachariah is kind of stowing away his potions, he turns and sees you guys coming up to his counter, and he says, "Ah, well, shop's closed. As you can see, most of my customers have cleared out." Kind of like seems a little gruntled at the idea that he has a good idea that Demointis made coin, but he can't prove it, so he's just annoyed. Um, what can I do for you guys? You got someone's cursed, someone's hexed. You, the estranged looking one.
Oh, that's a nice way to put it.
He's hexed with bringing sexy back.
I like it. I like it. Come forward. Come forward. Do you come up?
Oh god, alright.
You come forward and you see he comes around the counter and he kind of looks you dead in the eyes and he says, "Corwin, is that your name?
That's what they call me, yeah.
Your pal Demointis has told me. Corwin, I'm going to ask you one question.
Mm-hmm.
Who hates you?" Come on.
I don't know
It's
of
okay.
anyone who hates me. Oh,
Well,
no, I take it back. Everyone back home.
He said, "Oh, just everybody."
Just an entire
so, like,
town.
the entire village hates you? I mean, that's a pretty broad spectrum there, pal.
Well, okay, we'll say everyone that ran me out and threw rocks at me.
Dang.
So chances are, one of them cursed you. Right?
Could have been.
Could have been. Yeah, probably did. Could have been. Anyway, why? Tell me a little bit about yourself. You see, he comes around the counter, and he starts like shuffling through things under the counter that you can't really see. He's like, "Why did they throw rocks at you, Corwin?" He's stumbling through his things.
I was accused of someone's passing. Wrongfully accused, just to clarify. And because of that, the person who I was accused of killing was the town artificer. So he did a lot of the fixings and stuff. Yeah. I read a book, and because I was trying to help my dad who was sick. A person came and told me if I read from this book that I could learn a different way to remedy the afflictions that have fallen upon my dear dad. So I read the book, just trying to help out. And then some weird things happened. The tentacles almost came out of this book, grabbed hold of me. I then had this weird surge of different abilities come over me body. The person that was in there had this crazy cackling like laugh that was in there, and then they disappeared. The book itself, it shut, and now all the pages are blank on it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, it sounds like we got to the bottom of it.
So you obtained some kind of magic essence from this book?
I don't. Oh yeah. Since then, I've been able to shoot out things from my hands. Also, I have this new ability, and he'll just kind of wave his hand over, and he'll disguise himself to look exactly like the butcher he just countered.
Okay, hold on a second. Does that require any ingredients?
Cast at will at first level. You make
Doesn't look like it.
Yourself, including clothing, armor, weapon, and other belongings on your person, look different until the spell ends and it lasts 1 hour. It doesn't say anything about any ingredients or anything.
Cool. Okay. Um. So you met this guy's self, and he goes, "Whoa, seems like
Yeah, that's
seems
new.
interesting."
Uh,
I
that's
believe
that's a
that
new
is
one.
the. I believe I know that spell, but to do it without requiring anything must mean you are from the from a warlock ancestry. No?
Uh, sure. Parents never spoke of anything of it, so I don't know.
Well, he kind of pulls out a book and starts thumbing through it. He says, "From what I know," keeps thumbing through it about warlocks. Is you get your magic power from a deity. Let's see. Typically, this is done by ritual. At some point, you made a deal with a deity, god, or powerful like being to obtain a unnatural magic that does not belong to you. Does that sound about right?
Well, I agreed to read said book.
Sometimes that's all it takes, my friend. But that would not explain these episodes you seem to be having that Demointis here explained to me. He kind of just takes his book and he just wipes his arms across the desk and just shoves everything onto the ground. Why don't you go and lay on this table for me?
There's not gonna be any like weird people coming out in big black coats and candles. Um,
I don't
and
think
I'm
so.
gonna like
Maybe.
strip naked and harvest organs and whatnot.
Mm,
That'd be really inconvenient for me. I do have
I'd say
things
like
to do.
50-50 chance that happens.
I'll take those odds. Alright.
Awesome.
You'll hop
You
up to
kind
the
of
table.
you crawl onto the table and kind of lay down and relax your back, and or even Demointis kind of stand next to you and they're watching. Uh, he holds a book in his hands and he's thumbing through the pages. He waves his hands over your body, and you can see the words on these pages actually begin to glow. And he starts to have these a white essence appear from his fingertips as he waves it over you, and it's like white dust kind of slowly falls to your body. He brings his hands up
That
and he
doesn't
starts
sound
to
good.
make like a whirlpool. This energy begins to form, and he pulls out like this ball. It's like an energetic ball of some kind of magical essence that you're not really familiar with. He looks over it and he's like, "Interesting, interesting." And he puts it back in the white whirlpool, and he closes the whirlpool and closes the book. He looks down at you and he's like, "It's not good, friend. Not good. Have you ever heard of astral walking?"
Can't say I have.
So, from what I can tell, essentially you have a condition. Some are born with this condition, some are cursed. Basically, it allows one to be able to send their consciousness to other places. It could be the town next door. It could be a whole different nation, if you will. What it sounds like here is that your consciousness is being pulled away from you and sent to other places. Where those places are, we don't really know. But that would be the best explanation for what you have going on here.
Alright, well, and question. Then why am I seeing? I've seen Arweeb in this astral walk you're speaking of, and we were dressed in uh very different like clothing, really high end armor and whatnot. I also saw a strange person named Merlin fighting some man named Mason. There was this big door that had these seals all through it. There's a lightning bolt, a snowflake, a dragon, um, a sun, and then something dark, I believe.
That sounds
Anyways,
like a
the
bunch of
door ended up
nonsense.
sealing.
Sounds like a bunch
Huh?
of nonsense, friend. I have never heard of someone I mean, is there any chance you might have gotten your realities maybe mixed? Like maybe you were with Orweeb and you just kind of didn't really see correctly? Maybe?
Uh, No, we've never had anything like that. Especially in the area we are in, we've never been in something quite that extravagant. Also, there is this strange king who had a gold-like armor. Um, there's a really pretty woman lying on the ground. This Merlin, he had a really long white beard and a big pointy hat. He was looking over, her, saying there's something wrong with her brain,
Was
and
it
that he could save the body and mind, but not the memories. And the king itself had an affliction on his arm. The black, uh, like almost strings, like through vines, all the way through his veins. Some type of uh, poison or something had come over him. There's also another guy who had a circular like shield.
Yeah, I have no that could be anywhere in the in our realm, friend. The only one that kind of sticks
Right.
out to me is you mentioned a king. We have the king of Runesol, Cass, but besides King Cass, uh, it doesn't really I mean no one's seen King Cass in at least in public in over 50 years.
Hmm. Or it was I had another one about a giant metal flying machine.
Mm, what it look like?
Um, like a bird, but the wings didn't move. Um, uh, its mouth was completely closed. Uh, it's on fire. Um, the Moithis was there shouting at me, saying that we need to go. But
I'm gonna interrupt this and be like, is there any way we can fix this problem? Because he almost killed himself.
So I have one temporary solution. The whole astral walking is a phenomenon that us us wizards and magic arts users don't really know a lot about. Um, you're gonna have to. There's a place very far away from here. I have something that can subside the effects for a little while, but it is not by no means a permanent solution to your problem. He kind of starts ruffling through all of his things, and just a second. Okay. Uh, he starts rustling through his things, and he pulls out this necklace with a talisman. And he says, "This right here is a anti-hex charm. Now, this will subside or deafen the effects for a temporary amount of time, but from my experience, he kind of like holds the talisman in his hands, like he's almost like he's holding a baby. He's like, anybody afflicted by an astral walking hex or birthed with one, it he looks off in the distance and seems almost filled with sorrow, and they they die. It kills them.
well, everyone dies, so that's fine.
Yeah, that's not the
Uh,
worst thing you could have said.
typically, the problem is when you become afflicted by something like this, it kills you within a matter of weeks.
Fuck. Sorry.
You're
So
good, man.
there's
I'd react the same way.
this should extend that time however long. I'm not sure. It really depends on the potency of the spell placed upon you. Um, here, I'll take it for free, brother. He kind of passes you over this talisman. You can see it's almost made of gold plating. Has like these red markings on the sides, and there's a green jade jewel like right in the middle of the talisman. It has black beads for the chain going around. Once you put that on your neck, it will numb the effects. I can't say it'll get rid of them, but it should slow them down, numb them. But eventually, these effects are gonna get so strong and so powerful, the chain will simply just destroy itself when it can't bear any more of the potency. After that point, you're on the clock.
Right. Would it be easier just not to fight these visions or astral walking, as you said, and just let that happen? Because at one point there was a voice saying, "Why won't you just stay?" And it felt like something grabbed me face and pulled it back. Now that could have been at one point. My nose was bruised. I feel like I might have fell on my face at one point, pretty hard.
Yeah,
Yeah,
something
you
like
fell
that.
on your face. Hey, you fell.
But yeah, I think I fell pretty hard.
So it
Would it be
seems to
easier just to
be,
go with the visions and not fight?
it could have been, if you are of the warlock nature, it could have been a deity placing the effect upon you to guide you where they're trying to make you go, but that's beyond my knowledge. There is a place in Urinsal, far south from here. It's called the Hook. In the Hook, there's a place called the Dry Tower. In the Dry Tower, there's the Scholar of Wizards, beings that basically study magic their whole life. They know everything from A to Z. They're masters. If you can make it to the Dry Tower, they might be able to find a cure, or at least be able to diagnose further what's happening to you. As far as I can tell, I don't know why something would be purposely trying to make you stay. Astral walking traditionally, it's like a sneeze. One moment you just appear somewhere else, and then you just appear back where you are, and the effects bring on, headaches at first. It makes the user panic, and eventually those headaches turn into migraines. Migraines turn into concussions. Concussions turn into comas, and then comas turn into death.
All right. Well, we've got a ticking time bomb here.
As long as you wear that talisman, your timer's, in a sense, put on pause. Once that talisman breaks, and we have no idea when that's going to happen, you're on a timer.
Okay.
Does the
Oh.
talisman only work if he's wearing it?
Yes. He has to wear the talisman
What if
around his
he
neck.
what if he just only wore it when these effects were really, or when this whole thing is really affecting him?
So
Would it help?
basically, the talisman builds up a immunity, kind of like a sickness. If there's no immunity buildup, if he only puts it on when the magical disease attacks, the immunity hasn't had a chance to build itself up to make a blockade for this magical attack.
Ah,
If he's wearing it for extended periods of time, the immunity essentially builds a thicker and thicker and thicker wall. So the attack takes longer and longer to break through that wall. But if he only puts it on, when the attack comes, the wall is paper thin and just breaks through.
gotcha. Gotcha.
But my friend, as long as you keep that talisman around your neck, you'll be okay for now. I wouldn't say you're necessarily on a few weeks timer. If I had to give you a guesstimate, and it is a guesstimate, a talisman might buy you a couple of months.
Well, that's better than a few weeks.
Yeah,
Certainly.
good to me.
Oh, like it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I would try to hide the talisman under your clothing. The talisman's worth 1 platinum.
Oh, shit. Oh,
So
boy.
pickpocketers nearby will most likely try to get it off you. You hear a voice in the distance, "Hey, I found you guys!" And O'Flanagan kind of starts stumbling over. O'Flanagan starts stumbling over to you guys. He has ale, and he's like, "Hey, you go to the tavern and get the ale." And he falls over on the ground, and he starts just chuckling to himself as he's starting to spill ale all over his chest. It's like, "Give me a moment, I'll be over there in a second." Zachariah turns back to you guys, and Arakakra. Wow. That's cool.
Yeah. That's a Flanagan. He's a fun guy.
Oh, Flanagan.
He got us out of jail.
Okay.
Twice.
You don't
Nice.
really see Arakakra around here that much. You don't really see them nowadays. Out of curiosity, do you guys know what happened to the Arakakra?
Oh, he
Why they're-
looks like
Honestly,
he's
have
drunk.
not bothered to ask.
Oh, I mean,
Oh, you
the
mean
race.
them.
Haven't
You-
bothered to ask.
No.
No.
If you're
You can
not
try
very
asking them.
familiar, I already know. A long time ago, before the rule of caste, we had a tyrant king named Arceus. He was a dragonborn. And essentially, the Arakakra were, in the eyes of the Dragonborn, the only race that could rival the Dragonborn's racial supremacy over Arunsal. So Arceus, being the tyrant king that he was, sent out a legion of Dragonborn to wipe out the Arakakra. They say there's only a half dozen left in the entire realm. So,
Well, we got lucky.
a sight like this guy over here, I mean, he's walking gold. People pay money to capture him and hold him enslaved, so I'm surprised he lets his guard down this well.
He's a pretty tough guy.
He fought
He
a
handles his own.
Goliath at one point, I believe. He told me
A
a story
Goliath?
about it.
Oh,
I
a
didn't witness
Goliath.
it. That'd be ridiculous. Of course, that would. No. I only heard about it.
Right. Okay. Well, good luck on the journey. I'm sure if you guys need a map, I have one of the realm, but it's gonna be the hook, the dry tower. Near the hook will be the scholars of wizards, who will have the knowledge and information you need to figure out a cure.
Well, good to know.
Appreciate you.
I should
Thank
get heading.
you.
I'm sorry.
I said thank you.
Yeah. I should get heading. I need to get packing my stuff out. But Godspeed. If you need me, he kind of like starts fumbling through his things. Yeah. Here you go. He holds up a rock to you. This is for you, cursed one.
Thank.
Do you know what you're holding?
Or rock.
It's a sending stone.
The mineral.
Basically, that stone there in your hand has a direct channel to. He starts fumbling through his things again. Ah, it's somewhere around here. Here it is. He pulls out another one that seems to be identical. That sanding stone, you speak into it, and I can hear from mine. Direct channel to me. If you have any questions or you need my assistance, just let me know.
Right.
Hello?
You see his Corwin goes, hello? The rock that Zachariah is holding seems to vibrate, and you hear a voice come from it. Just goes, hello? Pretty cool, right?
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, stop talking into it. He puts it in his pouch.
Sorry.
Go ahead
I
and
do have
add
quick
a
question though.
Preston. Go ahead and add a Zachariah sending stone to your inventory.
Quick question. We're looking for lotus flowers. Would you happen to have some here with you that you use for brewing that you got any extra of, or know where we could possibly get some?
You hear a Flanagan kind of reach out, call out. He's like, lotus flower, lotus flower. And he just kind of starts zoning back out again. Zachariah chimes in. I don't know much about the lotus flowers. I do hear they are extremely rare, and there's 3 species. But there is going to be a gardener. He gardens what's called the Garden of Waterfall Citadel, and he has all the rarest antiquities, the rarest flowers and subspecies there planted. You might be able to find a lotus flower there, and if not, he should know a lot about them.
Perfect.
What's his name?
Just a second. What the heck? His name is Lyric.
Lyric. Well, let's go find Lyric.
All right. Best of travels, you three. If you need anything, use your sending stone. I didn't start packing up, so shoo shoo, shoo shoo. You see, he starts kind of just like waving his hands to you guys to get away from his counter as he starts just stealing potions away.
Yeah, respect. All right, I'll turn around and walk away.
Flanagan kind of
follow
starts trying
over.
to bring himself back up, and he's like, "Do the flower!" And he starts just kind of stumbling over and marching
Can
with
I
you guys.
Can I like gently grab the ale out of O'Flanagan's hands? I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
don't
he
even
needs
have to
any more.
roll. You don't have to roll for it. You practically walk over and you pull it out of his hands, and he doesn't even really fight you.
Fantastic. I'm just gonna like dump it outside.
Okay, you just kind of dump it on the floor as you grab it out of his hands, and you guys start making your way towards the waterfall Citadel Garden.
All right.
Let's see. About 30 minutes passes by. You guys are walking on the black pavers. The town's gotten pretty quiet. The hustle bustle party life has calmed down a little bit. Seems like most people have gone back into their homes. Some guards are roaming. You do see there is one guard in particular who is walking in your guys' direction, kind of like coming towards you like this, but to your side.
How long have you said it's been?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
As the guard slowly comes up to you guys, he looks over and he's like, "You three out, or you three are out after curfew. Mind stating your business?"
Trying to find an inn that has space left available.
That's within our price range.
That too.
Four.
Well, most inns are, in this area at least, are filled up by now. If
Like,
you're
Do you know of any
looking,
place we could go?
yeah, I mean,
Hmm.
I could give you, I can give you safe travel to an inn if you're looking for that. But I'm afraid there's not really inns beyond this point towards the western gate.
damn.
Damn. Indeed. Um. Well, if you could point us in the direction of one, that would be fantastic.
Okay, just a second. There. All right. I mean, okay, so you head back east. There's going to be a tavern called the Kind Inn. A nice little old lady runs it. She's very kind, very cheap rates. From past the perception tells you guys that this is a actual blue dragonborn that is speaking to you at the moment.
Ah,
Down the way, there is another guard kind of standing post. You see he's covering a lot of gear, as he's kind of trying to stay mostly covered with his armor as to not really be poked or prodded, as most people are prejudiced towards dragonborn species for the Arceus tyrant rule. If you want, I can give you safe passage to the Kind Inn, if that's what you want.
I think we can find it from here. We got the name, we know it's back east.
Okay, stay
I think
safe.
we can make our way.
Just stay safe. A lot of scammers come
Thank
out
you.
around Waterfall Citadel at this hour, so be safe. Sir Wayne! You see he calls over to the guard behind him. He's like, "We're good. We can go." And Sir Wayne kind of jogs up to uh, the Dragonborn you're speaking with, and they both kind of make their way onward past you guys.
Well, I ain't trying to get snatched, so do you guys want to go back to the inn or
we should probably go back to the inn for the night to lay low, so we don't get stopped by more guards trying to leave.
yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You guys make your way past the town square, and after some time, you come to the Kind Inn. Instead of being greeted by an older lady, you meet a somewhat middle-aged gentleman. You see as you approach the doorway, he doesn't seem as kind as the older lady. He looks up and he's like, "We're full."
It's inconvenient. Okay, thank you.
Bye. He just looks back down and starts
Yeah.
working on paperwork. You guys step out of the inn, and Flanagan kind of speaks out and is like, "Well, that is not good because the next inn would be near the Butchered Goat Tavern, and not without wagon. Without a wagon, that's like 2 hours, 2.5
Yeah, you would.
hours."
I'm
Um,
I'm all right sleeping
you
in a
can
barn
see
if
you
need
see the
be.
Arakakra has actually sobered up extremely quickly. Due to their species just have natural regenerative abilities that kind of sober them up rather fast.
That's fantastic. That's really convenient.
Sense of why he gets drunk a lot. Um, what do you guys want to do? Perhaps, I mean, we could just go find Lyric. He might be out at this hour, or we could head back the other way towards the tavern and try to get rest.
Um, I say we find a spot close to the garden, and then when the garden area opens, when um mm, the gardener's there, then we can act. So we don't have to remake this trip another time.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so you guys are gonna make your way towards the garden.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. You guys start making your way towards the garden. Probably another 25 minutes passes by, and you kind of reach the exit of all these really tall, fancy brickstone buildings, and you come more to an opening. There's a passageway towards these big gates that you see. The walls themselves probably 200 feet high. There seems to be a couple of guards posted by the doors. And to the right, there seems to be some grass hills with flowers, just flowers on flowers on flowers. And you see in the distance, there is a being kind of kneeling down, and he seems to be plucking at the flowers, and he seems to be wearing a lot of green armor, some like a wooden chest plate. He has like this wooden oak mask, and he has like a green hue to his eyes as he's kind of just like twiddling with these flowers.
Do you know about flowers?
You call out to him, and he kind of just like looks over and looks back down at the flowers and keeps fiddling with them.
I don't think he knows anything.
Ugh.
Can I approach the guy?
Yeah, you walk up to him and you watch as he's still knelt down. He seems to be examining the flower almost. He has like a little needle as he's kind of like moving the flower around, almost like he's checking the health, over evaluating it, if you will. What do you want to do?
Can I bend down near him and ask what kind of flower it is?
He looks up to you and he looks back down at the flower and he says, "Hmm, it's a hybrid of a daisy and something else I'm not super sure of. Perhaps a rose." Why? He looks back up to you.
It's really pretty. Where I'm looking for Lyric. Do you know where I can find him?
What do you want to do with Lyric?
I just heard he's really good with flowers.
He's decent. I am him. How can I help you?
I'm looking for lotus flower.
You see his head kind of jerks over to you, and he's like, "What do you want to do with a lotus flower?"
I met a gentleman on the street who said he needed one to help his sick wife. And I'm all about helping people.
Do you? How Are you? Give me a Give me an intelligence check.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna see how much you know about the lotus flower due to your nature background.
Right on. Ooh, maybe a lot. Modified 20.
Oh,
Okay.
Get it.
So as you're asking about the lotus flower, you can recall back on what Roderick said. There's 3 kinds. There's the black lotus flower. The black lotus flower contains the ability to bring a dead soul back to life. The white lotus flower has the ability to kill anyone who would ingest the flower. The last flower is a purple flower, which is said to grant a being with no magical prowess said magical prowess.
probably want the white one.
No, a black one. The white one kills.
The black one. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
It's like, that's really dark.
Want this
kill
No,
that
wants
thing.
to
kill
kill
his wife.
people.
Done.
We gonna finish the job.
He said, yeah,
You're
we
welcome.
cured
Now
her
move on, guy.
of the
We're gonna
illness.
kill that old man.
I have an ulterior motive.
So you see, Lyric kind of doubles over on what you just realized. He's like, yeah. So the black lotus flower has the ability to save. He's still fumbling through the flowers he's looking at. The white flower has the ability to kill, and the purple lotus flower has the ability to give magic. Or I guess
From
some say the purple lotus flower has the ability to take magic away as well.
oh,
I think it's purple.
It's one of the more highly sought after lotus flowers. Honestly, if you're looking for a lotus flower, you're not really going to find any out here. If you want to find a lotus flower, there's going to be some hills beyond the western gate. They should let you out. I assume you have world passes. No?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Got world passes.
So if you have your world passes, as long as they're documented, you can leave anytime you want. So, there's gonna be a place called the Hill of Flowery. You go on the hills. There should be a field. In that field, you will find, maybe on a line, maybe find a lotus flower. Again, it is highly sought after.
All right.
understood. Okay. On another note, do you know where me and my friend stay safely for the night? For cheap.
This time of night, most inns are occupied.
Yeah, we discovered that.
We should
It's-
just leave. We should just go to the gates.
I
and
wouldn't
leave.
say it's very safe to stay on the streets of Waterfall Citadel. It's not. It's also against policy. Guards might pick you up.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
If
That's why
you're
I'm trying to.
if you're
find a
out and
place to
about,
go.
there's not really a curfew. So if you're out and about, that's fine. But if they find people sleeping on the roads, that's a different story.
Gotcha.
We were just told there was a curfew.
By who?
Some dragonborn guards.
The Dragonborns don't know anything. Pay them no mind. Part of
Alright.
the part of the
Operation.
part of the don't worry about what a Dragonborn has to say. They don't know much.
Alright.
Oh,
Well,
Take it.
alrighty.
if we need to, I know how to set up a camp and whatnot, so we can head out towards that flowery hill area.
Something like
Hill
that.
of Flowery.
Hill of flowery. But if we need to make a camp, can do that.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Good luck
Yeah, we
on
could
your
do some
journey.
camping.
What?
I say, yeah, we could do some camping.
Okay. Good luck on your journey. Just a heads up. Be careful outside the gates. It's not regulated. So that you're not gonna run into any guards hassling you, but you're also not gonna have any guards protecting you.
Alrighty. We will be as careful as we can, I guess.
Okay, cool.
Well, thank you for all your help, and I hope you're able to figure out the other half of that daisy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Your
Splicing
garden house
flowery
is
is
beautiful.
a difficult business. He kind of resumes to his investigations, and O'Flanagan kind of joins you three, and he's like, "What's the verdict? Are we leaving?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, can I try to do like a really quick nature check on that flower and see if I can figure out what the other half of it is? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Okay. 16.
So you kind of gather what he gathered. It's of a
Okay.
daisy and rose subspecies. It's a hybrid. You're familiar that some people will do flower splicing, and basically they're mixing the DNA to create new flowers. But that's about the extent of what you know.
I just want to see if I can help the guy out.
Yeah, for sure. You guys are heading to the gates?
Yes.
I guess so. Can I do a quick inventory check and make sure I have all my stuff on me?
Yeah.
Specifically the egg.
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a investigation.
Can I do a cartwheel? I'm just kidding.
Did you roll it?
Not an 18.
Okay, you go through your inventory and you find everything is where it should be.
Woohoo!
Nothing seems to be missing. Are you guys heading to the gates?
Yeah.
Guess so.
Okay, you start
Yep.
marching up to the gates, O'Flanagan following closely behind. You reach the doors and you see you're greeted by a guard, and he looks to you all and he's like, "World pass, please."
I'm gonna pull
We all
mine
hand
out and show it to him like a fresh 21-year-old at a bar.
You kind of flap your world pass out at him, and he kind of looks at it. He's like, "Obweeb,
Something like that.
Orbweeb,
Sure. Yep.
you are free to go. Next,
I'll hand him my world pass.
thank you." He looks at the world pass. I don't think I'm even gonna try to pronounce whatever that says. Good to
That's
go.
very real to my real life. I'll take it.
You,
Oh.
Oh. Don't make
Yeah.
any faces at him. He's a citizen. God damn it. I'll just grab Corwin's pass out of his pocket and hand it to the guy.
He looks at the ID and he's like, "Oh God, was that on purpose?"
Hey man. Come on.
Hey, leave my fucking friend alone.
Well, I'll leave your friend alone if I want to. Here you go. Hands the ID back to you.
I don't really like him.
Go on forward. Raise the gates. You see the giant doorway starts to lift up slowly. It gets raised just high enough to where you're able to pass through fluently. You all come through. He checks O'Flanagan's world pass as well. You guys pass through the world gates, and you hear a voice call out, "Clear!" The gates just, and you guys
I'm gonna
are
yell,
now.
lose your attitude, as the gates close.
You yell out, "You lose your attitude," as the gate goes. They don't reply. You're now met with the open forest leading into the savage lands. Just up ahead would be, about half mile up ahead would be the Hill of Flowery.
Oh, it's not that far at all. Nice.
Yeah, very convenient.
You guys want to start heading over?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys start making your way to the Hill of Flowery. You pass by some trees. You come to a sort of an incline of a hill. You start making your way up it. And as you make your way up it, you pass by a large boulder. And just a second.
The boulder.
The boulder.
Nice boulder.
I like that boulder. That's a nice
Nice
boulder.
boulder.
I'm gonna
What the
start
hell?
praying over the boulder.
Stop.
Sorry,
I'm gonna do a
man.
cartwheel.
It's a good boulder.
I'm gonna bless the boulder.
Jesus Christ.
Just a second.
No problem.
What the hell?
For funsies, can I use Druidcraft as a cantrip and just make all of the flowers that are around us bloom and make it look very pretty where we are?
Aw.
What's that?
Can I make the place look pretty?
Sure. Yeah. What spell did you want to use?
Druidcraft cantrip.
Druidcraft cantrip. Okay. You kind of raise your hands and you watch this green energy kind of flow around Orweave's fingers, and she kind of flicks it off into the sky, and you watch as all the flowers seem to, the ones that were already healthy seem to get a natural light to them, and the ones that seem to be dying off somewhat seem to have their life restored. You guys approach a hillside,
Oh, what's
and
that?
as you
Oh, never mind.
approach a hillside, and as you do, just all noise comes to dead silence, and you're approaching the Hill of Flowery. What would you like?
That's
What the map you
ominous.
see right now is what you see. God damn it! What the hell? Is what you see for the Hill of Flowery.
Oh, I see no flower. Oh, there's a flower. That purple one. There's pumpkin.
Okay.
There's a
We're moving to
Um,
camp.
as you approach the Hill of Flowery, we will take a 10-minute break.
Can we rest? Can we do our little
Uh,
camp?
I can make a camp real quick.
Can't rest. There's monsters nearby.
yeah.
Come on,
No.
man.
Little
Yeah,
Crap,
do
camp
you
don't do it like that.
cannot
you want
rest.
you want to set up a camp? You said?
Yeah,
I
if
can
we
set
could,
one
that'd
up
be
real
great.
quick.
Sure.
Take a
Go at
rest or something.
Corwin, give me a intelligence check for how well you set up your camp.
Nice
5.
5. I'm not used to doing one for this big of a group.
You
It's
set up.
a
You try.
fucked up
Corwin
camp.
does his best to set up the camp, but
Corbin
you
sets up a camp
guys,
for himself.
you guys try to sleep on the cots he made and the fire that he somewhat started. It's more of like a
I
I
can
flammable
do.
finish
I
flame.
do
starting
not
the
start a
fire.
fire. I do not start a fire.
Oh,
Fuck
you don't want to
that.
start a fire? Okay, no worries.
No.
No fire started. Um, he
I respect it.
he did a not a great job. You guys are about halfway through the night. You're having a hard time. You don't really gain any rest. Um, yeah, that's the summary.
All
Well
right.
darn.
So we'll go on our 10-minute break while I tweak with this, and we will be back in 10 minutes.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Can you guys see this map? Okay. Cool.
Yee.
All right. Okay. All right. So, you guys don't really rest very well. Um, it's kind of comfortable. You don't manage to really get any hit points back or anything like that. You kind of have a rough sleep. You're all a little agitated by that. But you awaken from what sleep you had, and you awaken to the sound of deafness. There's no noise, no wind, no sounds of chirping birds or animal-like creatures. It's approximately about 4 a.m., a little prior to any daylight. The sun has not risen yet. What do you guys want to do?
Head towards the flowers.
Okay. There's a couple of flowers nearby. Do you want to roll an investigation?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
16?
You look around the area you're in, but it's pretty dark, and you're having a hard time spotting anything. Do you have dark vision?
I do, yeah. I think I do. Hold on, I don't want to say that and I'm wrong. Don't tieflings have
If
dark
she
vision?
doesn't, I do.
Where would that be?
And features, I think. Features and
Alright,
traits.
let's see. Bard
Press in your
features.
mute.
That'd explain it. All right, underneath your passive
Welcome.
perception, passive
I found it.
intelligence,
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
racial
yours is
trait.
You have it?
You
telepathically.
can see in darkness shades of gray up to 60 feet.
Yeah, so no color.
Okay.
It's just gray shades.
Okay.
Yep.
As you look around the area, you do see, you don't really spot a flower, but you spot a large tree. The tree looks like it's had a lot of its branches chopped down. Um, and you can smell an interesting odor coming from that tree. Something you're not super familiar with, but
Can I
it does stink.
can I
Can I roll a
roll
nature check? Oh, sorry. Do you want to,
that's
Annika?
exactly what I was gonna no, go ahead.
Can
You're
I
more of
roll
a
a
plant
nature
person.
check to see if I know what it is?
Investigation, you said, or nature? You're kind of far away from
Nature.
your nature. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
You're good.
Okay.
I'm a little. Hold on. I need to pull that back up. There we go. You got an 18. Cool. So you're just checking for just flowers with an
I'm
18.
For what
checking
that
to
tree is.
for what that tree is.
To you, it strikes you as a large oak, that's somewhat mutated and branched out quite a bit, but those branches have since been chopped down. Um, in that nature check, though, a odor coming from that tree is foreign to the tree's smell. It's an unnatural odor.
That tree is a witch.
Can
It's a scent that
I
does not belong to that tree.
detect magic on the tree?
Yeah. Is it a cantrip?
It is not. It is my last spell actually.
Okay. You want to cast detect magic?
Yeah.
Okay. You wave your hands, and you do feel a source of magic coming from the tree. You can't really depict what kind of magic. It doesn't really seem to be classified. It feels more like a magical object.
Ooh, can I investigate the tree for such magical object?
Yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Right. Hey, can I do my add 3 to it?
Yeah, you want to use your jazz determination.
Yeah.
All right. It's now 14. Um, just a second. Okay, you look up ahead, and as you investigate the tree, you see what looks like blood smeared all over it. You see bodies laying before it, and right at the front of the tree, you see what looks to be a lotus flower, of a purple and black essence, almost like it's been a hybrid spliced, like the one's lyric was talking about prior. You get a
Oh,
very unsettling feeling coming from the tree. Very unnatural. As the closer you draw yourself to it, the more it seems like blood appears. And now you realize the odor that was coming from that tree was the odor of decaying bodies.
I found a graveyard, guy.
all right.
Goody.
I don't think we
Uh,
should go after that flower. Maybe we should try to find a different one.
Didn't he say they're really rare though?
Well, I mean, if we should at least try to seek them out. I'm just saying, I'm getting a bad vibe from this one.
You see O'Flanagan's kind of like turning his head at it, and he's like, kind of looks like they were attacked by something. Those are sword wounds.
Oh goody.
Let's get prepared to be attacked.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start walking towards it.
Can I
Start
draw
walking towards
out
it.
a dagger just to have it in my hand?
Yeah, so Des Moines, this starts. How far do you want to walk?
Wait, can I pull up my longsword first?
Yeah, you draw your long sword and you slowly start approaching a tree. How many feet?
How many feet are we away from it?
You're about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, about 50 feet away.
I'll go 30 feet up. That's my full walking speed.
Yeah, you get that close to the tree.
Okay.
You have
Do I
your.
see any other, like, details, like... Is it still just dead bodies? Can I...
Give me an investigation check.
I'm trying to... Yeah, let me... Investigation... I got a solid 9.
You can definitely tell there's a lot of blood. People were attacked. Pretty much what's already been stated.
Okay. Alright. I'll take it.
The rest of you, what do you want to do?
My ass is firmly planted right here.
Carwin staying put. Okay. O'Flanagan is going. O'Flanagan's gonna go up with Des Moines this 10, 15, 20, 25, just behind.
Hey, Birdman.
Or Weeb.
Or what you doing?
Oh boy. Man, I'm scared.
I'm ready to rumble.
I'm not. Can I also do a investigation check to see if I notice anybody or anything nearby?
Do you want to do it from where you're standing or approach further?
I guess I'll approach like right behind Des Moines this.
About 35 movement.
Okay. And then I'll do the investigation.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Nice.
Got an 18. Wonder if I can just like, no. Okay, so as you get closer, you can spot what seems to be. You see there are splatters of blood on nearby boulders. You see what seems to be a knight of some sort impaled through his chest. You see a woman to the right of a tree. She looks like she actually got her throat slashed by something. You see a hat nearby that looks like it might have belonged to her. Farther up, another boulder that looks like it has some kind of what seems to be at some point something got smashed against it, and you can see what looks to be an eyeball next to the boulder left behind. And right in the center, right in front of the tree, you see a spliced lotus flower of black and purple.
Can I do a survival check to see how long the bodies have been there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Roughly?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue.
3. Yeah, you have no idea. You look over the bodies and they seem to be recent enough to not be bones.
Fair.
Fair.
So,
Alright.
Corwin, is there anything you wanted to do?
Can I try and do a survival check from back here?
Sure.
A 16.
You kind of check your surroundings, and the only thing you really pick up on is the absence of noise. And from what you have noticed in your days of survival, is when there is absence of noise, typically means predators are nearby.
Yup.
That is all you depict from this situation.
Alright.
Can I check for booby traps?
Yeah, give me a investigation check.
You said booby.
12.
12. I mean, you check the general area. With your experience in forestry, you're pretty confident there's no booby traps.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna
Well,
approach it.
I don't see anything crazy other than the crazy.
How close do you want to approach it?
I want to go right up to the lotus flower. So
Okay, you get up near the lotus flower. Oops. And you guys can hear like faint whispers in the distance of the forest. You can hear.
No, that sounds like a fucking.
And it seems to echo through the trees.
Oh boy.
Lotus
on.
flower. Now Flanagan kind of
Wait,
mutters in the
stop.
distance. He's like, "That sounds absolutely terrifying."
It sure does.
It sure does.
I'm gonna walk up behind Demointhus, or actually next to.
"25 movement." You walk up next to Demointhus. Flanagan kind of follows suit, a little farther away from you, but close enough. What do you want to do, Corwin?
I'm gonna look around for moving branches or anything like broken, fresh branches in my
Okay.
vicinity to see if I can try and track what this thing is.
All right, give me a investigation.
Nat 20.
Rat?
Okay, you look around, you see some twigs are broken, and you see some silhouettes are starting to appear out of the woodwork. Getting closer and closer, drawing themselves in.
I'm gonna shout to them.
Oh, put it back. Put it back.
Put
In the
that
void.
back.
Put it back in the void.
Put it back in the void.
Hey.
Get your ass.
Get your ass back in there.
I was like, don't put him right there.
Corwin does a quick 360, and as the silhouettes slowly come into view, you start noticing goblins surrounding you guys. Voices start getting
I'm
louder
gonna-
and louder. They say, "More food!" And it echoes to the
Fantastic.
forest lines.
Can I use a nature check to properly pluck the lotus flower and put it in my bag?
And right after, we roll initiative.
No, don't do me like that.
Ah. Oh.
Okay, everybody give me
6.
initiatives.
Alright, I gotta find it.
I got a 6.
Yeah, 6 on you. I'm
I
gonna
got
roll
a-
Flanagan's initiative.
I got a 3. I actually rolled
Flanagan
nat
got a
one, you know, but-
13. Demointhus got a 3. Oh, automatically applies? That's badass.
I figured it out. Took me a minute.
When I roll a nat 1, it's fucking scary, the animation. Little demon guy pops out.
Shit.
10. 4. 12. 11.
Pretzels are too fucking addicting.
Dude, that sounds so good right now.
Right? That's I just like chowed down on like half of this bag, but like I gotta stop.
I got Cheez-Its out there. Those sound really good.
Mm.
Okay. So, let's see. Alright, bear with me while I'm learning this encounter stuff. The first goblin appearing out of the woodworks stays a safe distance away from Corwin. And you just hear him call out, "It's dinner time!" as he will cast, oh my gosh, Firebolt. Range spell attack.
Damn
Dude.
it.
Shouldn't have stayed back, son.
I got like 3 of these bitches by me.
You better start scoot forward.
With a 16 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 16. Let's roll his damage die. They don't have it set up like traditional D&D Beyond, which sucks because I have to do all the math in my head. But
Lame.
I know. Does
Corwin's
8
the only one who's
damage.
taken damage in this campaign so far.
So,
Facts.
Corwin, you see this goblin start to appear out of the bushes, and suddenly fire just flies through the bushes and collides straight into your chest. It quickly burns out, but you watch as the fire just scorches you for a moment, and you start to get flashbacks. Give me a composure check.
21.
You are composed.
You
Yeah, you're doing
maintain.
good.
I'm more afraid of the goblin than the fire right now.
Okay. That is the end of his turn.
What was the damage on that?
8 damage.
8?
8 damage, yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, he got that. Yeah, he rolled fucking high. Let's see. Another goblin just with bearing absolute brute muscles comes trucking out of the forest. 10, 15, 20, 25,
I'm
30.
going to. Can I use vicious mockery at him?
Yeah, since he's entering your area, you can use attack of opportunity and use vicious mockery on him as he is running towards you.
And that's anybody that I can see within 60 feet, I believe.
Okay. So right now you can see him. That's about it.
That's it. Okay.
Because he's blocking. He's behind this tree. So you want to read it off to me real quick?
Yeah, so it says you unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature you can see within range. If the target can hear you, though it need not understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom savings throw or take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its turn.
Okay, wisdom saving throw. You got a 14.
Damn. Yeah,
Did he beat it?
he beat it.
What's the effects if he beats it? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. He trucks past both of you and aims straight for O'Flanagan. O'Flanagan's going to respond with an attack of opportunity. He watches O'Flanagan, turns and sees this brute of a goblin rushing towards him, and he quickly pulls out his short sword and swings at him. With a 14, does not hit. You watch as O'Flanagan swings his short sword and just barely misses his chest, and the goblin comes to collide with O'Flanagan. Okay, he misses his first attack. So he watches this brute of a goblin rushes O'Flanagan, also pulls out a scimitar. He swings on O'Flanagan, and O'Flanagan kind of moves to the side as the scimitar just barely misses him. This brute swings again towards O'Flanagan's head, and it just barely goes over his head as you see a few feathers just kind of get laced with the scimitar and go flying. O'Flanagan looks pretty terrified at the moment. It is now O'Flanagan's turn to respond. O'Flanagan's going to try to swing the 17. That's a hit. You watch as Flanagan brings back his short sword and slides it right across this brute's chest, doing 8 damage.
Fuck it up, O'Flanagan.
Just a second here. Okay. That is the end of O'Flanagan's turn. It is now the next goblin. Damn, you guys are at the bottom of the initiative board. Okay.
For real?
Yeah,
Ew.
I'm not kidding. You guys are at the bottom. Okay, he's gonna have blocks path 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's gonna stop right there. He can't do anything else. Okay, it's the following goblin. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Orb Weeb, this goblin is zoning in on you. He does invoke a attack of opportunity if you'd like to use it.
I would like to use it.
Why is that over here?
I'm gonna try to do a little stabby stab with my dagger.
Okay, give me
Nope.
a roll to hit.
Alright. I think that's how you do it. Yay. Not wrong, sorry. I thought I knew how to do it, I didn't. What do I roll?
So
You're gonna
go to
click.
actions.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I just found it, so
So what am I doing?
So if you go down to the
Alright.
actual actions, things you can do, pick the weapon you want to fight with, and then you're gonna pick that
Mhm.
first number. That's your hit. That's you to hit.
Oh, okay.
See, there you go. Dagger
There
to
we go.
hit.
I got it.
18. So as this goblin starts running out of the woodwork, you hear as he's swinging this giant hammer as he's about to come straight towards you. You bring out your dagger, you kind of fling it in your fingers, and you go to collide into his chest. You hit. Roll damage. 4 damage.
4.
you said bam.
I said, no!
Oh my god, I can do that. Sorry, I'm still learning.
You're
We're all
fine.
still learning. No shame in the
Seriously.
learning game.
I didn't
Sweet,
even know
that's
how to hit.
that is
Like,
convenient. Okay, so as the goblin gets to you, you got Demointis. You can see in particular, Demointis just pulls out a dagger from behind your back, spins it in her fingers to ready motion, comes forward, and the dagger just collides into the goblin's chest. The goblin just sees the dagger in his chest. He goes, he starts panicking and freaking out. Okay, right now he seems to be grabbing onto the dagger. Or Weeb, are you also holding the dagger, or are you gonna try to pull it out?
no, I'm gonna try to pull it out.
Okay, give me a quick strength check.
Alright, that's definitely not gonna go well, but...
Because right now it's deep into his chest.
Hey,
and
not too bad.
He's panic holding it. A 4?
What'd you get?
17.
17. Okay. Wish I could like just keep that right there. Okay. At 17, you just rip out the dagger and you watch like his blood just spews from his chest and he's just kind of like spinning in a panic. As he does, he gets angry and he just brings up his hammer to collide into you with it.
Hey, can I duck down? Give
No.
me a little. Whew. I mean, I see it coming. Oh, man's gonna
He got a
attack me.
7. That's what your reaction was, though, was seeing it coming. That's why you got
Yeah,
to hit
that's
him.
fair.
You got a 7, which is
That's
a
fair.
miss. So you watch he
Miss.
swings his hammer, and you just kind of like narrowly dodge to the side as the hammer flies through the air, and he just brings it back to him, angry and in a lot of pain. Then following
Dick.
is the next goblin. Let's
God damn.
see. Which one is this one? Sure. Sure. Oh, I see. Okay. So this one starts to move 5, 10, 15, 20. He's going to aim at a Flanagan. You see this goblin runs out of the woodwork. He pulls out his short bow and he knocks it, and you just hear him have a sinister kind of laugh. And he just shoots it off. He fires the arrow, and in excitement, he doesn't really aim very accurately, and the arrow goes flying off into the trees. He's like, I missed! I'm hungry! Next person, Orbweeb. It is your turn.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna. I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay. I gotta get real close to see what we've got going on down here.
You have 19 hit points,
Attack
right?
the guy near you.
I got that guy right next to me, and then I got the flower.
You can try to go for the flower or go for the goblin.
I know.
I'm
Fuck it, I'm
closer
going
to
for
the
the flower.
Okay.
Going for the flower.
As you run out of his attack range, so right now you can do that one. So as you leave that goblin's attack range, he invokes an attack of opportunity on you.
All right, that's fair.
As you leave his attack range, he goes to swing his hammer. With a 12.
Fuck. Yeah, that
It hits.
hits.
Okay. So as you turn your back and run for the flower, you just feel a searing pain as it smashes into your back, and you just go flying forward and hit the ground. You go sliding next to the flower, and you can see the flower to your left, right in front of your face. You take 7 damage, and you're knocked prone.
All right. Do I adjust my hit points on here? Yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Yes.
Okay, I figured it out. Alrighty.
Did you? Okay, you got it. Cool. Laggy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
now
can I
you can.
do a nature check to properly pluck the flower?
Yes.
Fantastic.
You're already on the ground. I mean, you can
Roll good. Roll
there.
good. Fuck me, man.
You go to reach your hand next to the flower, and you feel a magical aura just pulsing off it, and you're very hesitant to pull it too quickly. You don't even try. You're too scared to do the wrong thing.
That's fair. I'd rather be like that than just fuck it up. All
What if
right.
you
Can
just
I stand up and finish my turn?
Yeah. What do you want? You
Awesome.
see, so you can use half your movement to stand up. You used about 5, 10, 15, 20. Well, you also flew. You used about 10 movement to get to where you are now. So if you have at
Okay.
least 10, you can get up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You
I'm good.
stand up. You stand up.
All right.
It is now Corwin's turn.
or what are you doing?
I didn't want to interrupt when it was happening, but when I got hit, can I use my reaction? Because I have Hellish Rebuke. So when any type of damage I take, I can use that. I just didn't want to jump in the middle of it.
Yeah. How many hit points do you
Cool.
have right now?
I have 9.
You have 9.
Nope.
Whoops. Ugh. Cool. Okay. What do you want to do?
So he needs to make a dexterity savings throw for the reaction for the Hellish Rebuke.
Okay. Rolling. You got an 8.
Ah, good. So he's gonna take 2d10 fire damage to him. So that's 7. And then I'm gonna use my action and use Eldritch Blast, which was a 13. I don't think that hits.
Does not hit.
Fuck.
So,
And then I'm gonna
you said Outer Blast?
yeah, then I was gonna use my bonus action.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah. What's the bonus action?
Then for my bonus action, I'm going to use my Expeditious Retreat and try and back up a little bit. Let's see. I can cast it. Spell allows you to. When you cast a spell and then the bonus action for each turn, you can take a dash. So it's a dash action. So that's that 15. Dash 15 feet or is it 30 feet?
I think it's 15 feet, but I'm not entirely
Okay.
sure. We'll say it's 15 though.
So I dash back 15 feet from where I'm at.
So do you want to go this way or this way?
We're going north, so towards them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go about that far. Okay, so you guys, some of you can see Corwin just like unleashes this electric blast that just pulses from his hands and it flies across the forestry. You see the goblin kind of like dodges to the side as the lightning flies past him, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then he just gets ready to come after you, and you just dash backwards and get about 15 feet away. Next up, the following goblin.
God damn it.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Does he have a range attack? He does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
He
So,
But what is the
as you're
damage?
dashing backward, Corwin, another goblin appears from the woodwork. And you see he brings out a short bow and he knocks it and he fires it off at you. In a panic, trying to not let you get away. With an 18.
Fuck.
You're not. They did that.
All right. Well, I'm gonna use Hellish Rebuke on him as well.
Well, you only get one reaction per round.
Yeah. No. When I come back around.
Okay, well, so it has to be inside the round. You can't suspend it for the next round. So, like, let's say at the start of a new round, if like the first person
Oh,
who
I see
hits
what you're
you,
saying. Okay.
so you
I
can't
follow ya.
suspend it from the previous round. So he runs out of the bushes and he knocks his short bow and he fires it off, and an arrow flies, and Corwin, as you try to like get out of the way, it pierces you through the shoulder. It actually goes through your shoulder and continues flying. You take 5 damage.
Owie.
How much health do you have right now?
4.
4. Okay. That is the end of his turn. We are now at Demointhus,
Ooh,
the
She made it.
bottom of the
end
initiative.
of the line. All right. I am going to.
You haven't been hit yet.
Don't say that. Move forward to the goblin that's attacking.
Flanagan?
Oh, why did God? I was like staring at him and I was like, Birdman. I said that too many times and I lost O'Flanagan in my head. So I'm gonna move forward to the one that's attacking O'Flanagan and hit him with my longsword.
Okay. Roll to hit.
16?
16. Does not hit.
For real?
Nope. So you draw your longsword as you go to defend O'Flanagan, and you run forward, and you come slashing down, and this brute just sees you coming, and he gets out of the way, and the longsword just swings right in front of him, and he kind of gets back forward and looks at you as you're trying to swing on him.
The bonus action, I want to use Bardic Inspiration on Corwin.
What's the range on
So
that?
it's within 60 feet.
60 feet? Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, it says anyone that can hear you within 60 feet, or a creature that can hear you within 60 feet gains an inspiration die of 1d6 for 10 minutes, and they can add it
Cool.
to one ability check, attack roll, or savings throw. And this can be added after seeing the roll, but not before knowing the outcome.
Okay. So they can add that
So
with how many? How many is it?
it's 1d6.
So they can add a d6 to any roll, but before they know the outcome.
Yeah, so they can see like what the roll was and add it, but they can't know what the outcome is.
Cool. Okay.
I just feel like he needs a little help over
Yeah,
there.
for sure.
That's all I can give him.
Anything else you can do?
That is all.
That is the end of your
After
turn.
all that time. Yeah.
All right, back up to the top with the Goblin Mage. There you, pal. Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He is going to cast again. So this this goblin that first fired his firebolt at Corwin seems to be pursuing him as he runs out of the field work into the open grass clearing. And you see he brings his hand forward and he kind of pulses it out and fire forms and launches from his hand with a 15 to hit.
Fuck. All right. Yep.
Okay. Oops, not that one.
That
take
is KO'd.
You take 4 damage as it flies across the field.
No.
You watch as this fire just collides into Corwin and he goes slamming into the grass and he slides a few feet. And you just see embers kind of burning out as Corwin is unconscious.
Did that just kill you, Corin?
He's
Yep.
KO'd, not necessarily dead.
I'm not-
Well, I mean, yeah, but
Okay, it is now the guy who's attacking Corwin. Not Corwin, sorry. Oh, Flanagan.
Like, I'm down.
I'm
stop
dead. Stop
attacking
hitting
me.
me.
I'm fucking...
Okay. He's going to swing on O'Flanagan with a 7. He's going to use his disadvantage secondary attack with a nat 1. Okay. So the big brute tries swinging on O'Flanagan, and O'Flanagan kind of gets out of the way as he misses that first time. And then he comes up with his scimitar, and O'Flanagan comes down with his short sword, and they both meet, and O'Flanagan's short sword just clashes through his scimitar, and his scimitar just shatters and falls to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
It is now O'Flanagan's turn. Got a 26 to hit.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck.
With 11 damage. Holy crap.
All right. Fuck it up, man.
Fuck it up, O'Flanagan.
So O'Flanagan, after he comes down with his short sword, he kind of in the corner of his eye, he sees Corwin go down in flames, and he gets into kind of a rage, and he just comes down with a short sword and swings down and meets the goblin's head and just decapitates him.
Fuck yeah.
He's dead.
Good.
The goblin boss just
Hardly took one of yours.
falls to the ground, decapitated. His head goes rolling. He is gone.
Yeah.
The fuck? There we go. Or you can lag and not work. That works too. We're just gonna. Okay.
Get him out of there. Put him in the void.
There
Put
we
him in
go.
the void.
Okay. It is now in the void. The next goblin's turn. Let's see. He's gonna pursue Demointhus. 5, 10. Demointis, as this goblin enters your range, he does invoke a range attack or attack of opportunity for you against him if you'd like to use your reaction.
I would like to hit him with my long sword.
Okay, so as this goblin comes swinging with his sword, after you saw him just completely collide into Orby with it, he goes to swing and you have an advantage to bring up your long sword. Give me a roll to hit.
Come on, baby. Oh my fucking god. I got a 3.
So you go to swing your long sword and you just narrowly miss, and then he comes down with his hammer. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, 19 to hit.
Yeah, I think no, he didn't hit. But
He does 6 damage as he comes down with his hammer and collides into your chest, hitting you right in the sternum.
all right.
Jeez, what the fuck? Okay, you have 11 health right now, right?
Yep.
Okay, we are not controlling you right now. Cool. It is now the other goblin's turn. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That is going to be the end of his turn. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. End of his turn. Orb Weeb.
All right. I can't really see who all I got near me. Thank you. Is that a dead body on the right? Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
That's the body you guys saw earlier.
Alright. Yeah. I am going to. I'm gonna try again to get that damn flower. I'm not making this all for nothing.
Okay. Yeah, make a nature check if you want to pluck it carefully.
I want to pluck it very carefully. Come on, nature.
Come on, nat 20.
Come on, that 20.
13.
Oh
16?
my god.
16.
16.
Okay. Orb Weeb, you see as you're kind of facing down on the ground, you can hear the clashing of swords. You hear what sounds like and a wail in pain. You hear a body just smack the ground. You suddenly, you kind of feel like you can't really hear Corwin or feel Corwin anymore. You reach your hand out and you lightly cuss the dirt around the lotus flower and lift up, and you successfully pluck it out of the ground.
I
It
would
is
like
now
to stash
Right.
it in the bag with the egg.
it is now in your hands.
Alrighty. You said it was black and purple?
Yeah, so it looks like this.
There it
Oh, it's very pretty.
Shrink that down.
is.
Okay. You successfully plucked the flower. Is there anything else you want to do?
I wish I could help Corwin. Oh man, let me take a look. Sorry, I'm reading.
You're good.
No, you're good.
It's our first encounter, so we're all a little slow.
I'm going to attack the goblin that's near Demointhus.
This goblin right
I
here?
think that will.
Okay, give me a... how do you want to attack him?
How do you know how strong your melee attacks are? Like just unarmed strike.
There should be just
Should
an
say it
unarmed
right
strike on
below.
your sheet. Basically, the modifier is a good idea of how strong you are.
I'm gonna assume that my damage is 0.
It'll be
So
whatever your
it doesn't
strength
matter.
modifier is. It'll say, though.
It says 0 when I clicked on it.
Yeah. So that means it's a wow.
Means I am one weak bitch.
I think he straight up just got
I
0. There's no.
will stab him.
Oh, sorry.
You're good. You're gonna try. Okay, so you're gonna draw your. You're gonna use your dagger. You're gonna go to strike him with it. Give me a roll.
Nope. Got a 10.
Oh, 10? Let me check if
Come
that
on, give me
hits.
something.
That does not hit. You go to swing your
Ugh.
dagger, and this goblin kind of just narrowly dodges as you swing up, and you miss him entirely.
Fantastic.
Corwin, give me a death save.
Alrighty. Well, they don't have like an actual death save button on here, do they? Lame. 12 is almost a 7.
So that's a success, right? Because you're over 10.
Yeah.
Yep. So I forget. Is it on 1 success or you have to get 3 successes?
DM's discretion on it. How I've done in the past is combat based. Like, how bad did that person get hit? Like, if it went like 5 past the initial 0 point, then it's 1. 10, 2. If it hits like 15, you need to get 3. Or if you go
Okay.
15 or more. 3.
We'll do it by
That's
a
how
3.
I've done it.
We'll do it by a 3. Okay, so Corwin's doing okay. He's breathing somewhat, fighting it. The goblin's turn. Next goblin. It'll be him. He's gonna strike back at Orbweeb. The 13 to Orbweeb.
Alright, how does reactions work?
So like basically a reaction only really. So if you want like attack of opportunity, basically, is when they enter your field of combat. So if like a goblin is running to you and you're not focused on someone else, you can attack before they hit you.
Okay.
You can use reactions if certain things that your character allow you to, like rogues can use reactions to evade and things like that. You
Gotcha.
can also, if you want, you can also like on your turn, you can prepare dodge. So instead of using an action, you just prepare to dodge, and then it gives you a chance to dodge an incoming strike when it happens.
Oh,
Or
right
you
on.
can,
Okay.
or you can hold spell, for example, like Eldritch Blast. He can hold Eldritch Blast and keep it trained on an enemy, and that uses his action. And then essentially next turn, he can use Eldritch Blast twice, because he used his previous turn to hold action, and then on his second turn, strike with his previous turn, and then strike again.
Okay, gotcha.
So yeah.
Okay.
So 13 hits or no?
Oh yeah, it hits.
Okay, he's gonna roll. Yeah, a 4. So as you guys are kind of interchanging blows, he brings his hammer and he kind of flips it to the top of the hammer, and he goes to drive it into your chest, and he smacks the hammer into your chest. It doesn't knock you down, but it knocks you back like a foot. And you kind of stumble somewhat. Demointhus.
All right. I am going to. Where am I? Right there. Okay. I'm gonna use Earth Tremor.
Okay.
The
Go on, read
range
it to
on
me.
that is 10 feet. So, sorry, Orbweeb.
So everyone in 10 feet.
Yeah, it says, each creature other than you in the area must take a dexterity savings throw. On a failed save, a creature takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone.
Goblin got a nat 1, so we're gonna go ahead and crit that. Go ahead and roll for the goblin first.
All right.
Get him.
6.
Okay, 6 plus another one.
And another one.
Yep, for the crit.
And he's also 5, so 11, and he is knocked prone.
Okay,
Do
so
I
you
gotta roll a dexterity check?
in a
You do
second
in a
you will,
minute.
yeah. So Demointhus kind of just brings his hand down to the ground, and you can all feel a vibration kind of ring through the surface beneath your feet. And you watch as these like branches from this oak tree nearby just reach up and just start slamming at the goblin, and he just gets knocked. He gets knocked around. Eventually, you watch as one of the branches from deep beneath the ground just swipe out his face, and you watch his head do a full 360, and he just spins and hits the ground. He's dead.
Good, get fucked.
Yeah.
Fucking
Orb Weeb, give me a dexterity savings throw.
All right.
Just get over 13. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to do it to him.
Or Flanagan got a nat
So
20. So,
dexterity.
oh, hold on a
Flanagan's
second.
good.
Oh, Flanagan sees the tremor happening, and he quickly just jumps up right when the underground branches reach out to grab at him, and they miss entirely, and he slams back down. Orb Weeb.
Go him.
All right.
Six. Go ahead and roll
I'm
damage.
sorry. All right. Sorry.
Can I beg
Two.
the earth not to do me like that?
Hey, don't do me like that.
I said, please.
Can you not?
So you're
Please
taking
don't.
you're knocked prone and you
Yeah,
take 2
two.
damage.
So Orb
Wow,
Weeb, you're
thanks,
like,
friend.
don't do me like that, Earth! And then a branch just goes and knocks you down on the ground, doing 2 damage.
Youchie, all right.
Sorry, I had to kill an orc.
All right.
Okay. So we're gonna do that. Damage. Damage. You have 10 health left, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I got 5.
5. Okay. I'm doing 2 sets
I'm
of
just
different
looking
of
for-
health that I'm trying to keep updated. There we go. Okay. Flanagan dodged it. It is anything else you can do, Demointhus?
I'm gonna use Bardic Inspiration on Orb Weeb as well. So
Is that a
same
bonus
thing,
action?
1d. It's a bonus action, yeah.
Cool. Okay.
So 1d6 on any roll.
On
So you can
Orweeb?
get yourself
Thanks.
back up. Yeah, on Orb Weeb.
Cool. Okay. Back to the top. We have the Goblin Mage. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He gets in range with Flanagan. Okay. He is going to cast Firebolt. Where the Okay, so the mage goblin, you see him running out with his staff, and he goes to bring it up to strike O'Flanagan with it, and then he just hits a rock, falls to the ground, smacks himself in the head with his own staff, and does 1 damage to himself.
Dumbass.
He's dead.
Idiot.
O'Flanagan's turn. Okay. Oops. Going to roll stage. Flanagan will approach the goblin that has gone prone without provoking a attack of opportunity. And he is going to come down with his short sword on the goblin. What? Okay. So, you guys can see as O'Flanagan runs forward and he just jumps up and comes down with his short sword, dealing 14 damage.
Damn.
Alright.
So Flanagan runs over and he leaps up with his short sword and he comes down, drives it into the goblin's back, and you can hear it go as he pierces all the way through, and the goblin wails out in pain like ah! It is dead. Flanagan pulls out his
Ew.
short sword as the goblin blood flings across the forest. It is now the next goblin's turn.
Gobby.
Gabby.
I thought you said Dobby, and I was like, Dobby here?
5, 10. This goblin runs to O'Flanagan, and he causes O'Flanagan to get an attack of opportunity with an 18, 11 damage. So this goblin, he comes running towards O'Flanagan after O'Flanagan pulls out his sword, and the blood goes flying across the forest. The goblin gets close enough, and he comes with a backswing towards the goblin, and you watch as the short sword collides into the goblin's torso, and he just cleaves it right through, killing the goblin instantly.
So, Flanagan is carrying this battle.
He is carrying the whole team.
It is the next goblin's turn. This one just died. 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, Flanagan can't react anymore. He's going to. All right. So this goblin comes running up to a Flanagan after he sees his comrade die, and he goes, "I'll kill you!" And he flies a few feet with an 18. He does 3 damage as he brings his scimitar and he slashes the armor across a Flanagan's chest, and a Flanagan, kind of in shock, kind of brings his arm backwards as he just got struck. Panic that he almost got pierced. It is now another goblin's turn. Jesus Christ. 5, 10, 15. This goblin stays at range and goes to fire his arrows at Domointis with a
Nar.
21.
Yeah.
He comes around the oak tree, and you turn to see this goblin appear that you weren't really expecting. He knocks his bow, fires off the arrow, and as you turn, you watch as the arrow just pierces you in the shoulder, dealing 7 damage.
Damn, I'm almost dead.
We are not a strong team.
No.
Not yet. I have
No
4
one's
hit
no one's
points.
powerful out the jump. It is now Orbweeb's turn.
Alright,
we
can you
kill that
zoom in
fucking-
so I can see what's up? Thank you.
So this one's the one that just struck Demointis.
Alright, how many feet am I away from Corwin?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 feet.
Will I get in the attack range of that goblin if I go to him?
Yes.
What if I went on the other side of him?
If you went either side, you would invoke an attack. If you took like a long way around, so you went like this way and around, you wouldn't. But if you come within any tile around him, he can have attack of opportunity on you.
So what if I just went... So, like, go back up to me? So what if I just went, like, to the left, like 2 spaces, and then down?
Yeah, that's fine.
Like, that's fine?
Yep.
Okay, how many feet is
If you
that?
hit any of these tiles, he can attack you.
That makes sense. How many feet would it be for me to do that?
About 35 feet. Or you could go, actually, you can go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet if you take the most direct route.
I will do that.
Okay. We're going to unstage him. Okay.
Alright, I'm going to touch him, like, bend down, touch him, and use resistance.
All right. You kneel down to a Flanagan as a Flanagan's struggling to breathe. Not Flanagan. As Corwin is struggling to breathe. Corwin, go ahead and give me a savings throw while she's doing this. You lay down your hands across Corwin and you cast resistance.
Ooh, shit. 5.
Alrighty. You can add a d4 roll to your savings throw.
I don't think it'll matter.
That one, I might not for that one.
That was best to be 9.
All right, 1 success, 1 failure. Anything else you want to do, or Weeb?
I think that's all I can do.
Convenient if I do die, we have a flower that can bring me back.
Flowers for the old man.
Just saying.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, if I were to pass away.
Is now, that is a dead goblin, Demointis.
What's up? All right. See what I got going on here. This motherfucker. Hold on. Let me see what I got going on. I'm gonna do Earth Tremor again, because I don't want to come within his range of attack, because I have 4 hit points.
You have enough spell slots?
Yeah, I've only used 1.
Okay. So you're gonna cast Earth Tremor?
Yeah.
What's the range on it?
The range is, oh, actually, I'm gonna need to move forward. Can you move me? Would I be with? No. Move me like 1 to the right, and then 1 up. Yeah. I'm
Cool.
gonna.
Earth Tremor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
You
nope, didn't mean to do that. Okay. So, continue.
you have to. Does he have to roll? He has to roll for dexterity, right?
He does, yeah. Dexterity is to get over 13. I just hit the wrong thing.
Okay. You bring your hand to the ground, you slam it, and you start to feel vibrations run through the earth. He tries to get out of the way with a 17.
Gets
See,
right
he
out the way.
watches
All
this.
right.
The goblin's more nimble than you expected, and he kind of just jumps backwards as this tremor just goes, woof, flies through the ground. And you can see the ground ripple as it flies right underneath him, and then he lands back on the ground, narrowly dodging it.
All
He
right.
actually goes back 1 space. Okay. It is now. And anything else you can do?
Nope, that's it.
All right.
Why is there
Dead,
2 of me?
dead. What?
Is that 2 of me?
Right here?
He
There's
has
like.
you pulled up on like as your characters. The one in the bottom left.
Oh, that's. I
Yeah.
thought I was like sitting in a different spot. I was like, why?
It's a stage view
I
for like
see.
people watching so they can see your health and stuff.
I see. I see.
O'Flanagan's turn. So he's still fighting this guy. As these guys are exchanging blows, O'Flanagan swings his short sword. With an 18 hits.
Hey.
O'Flanagan comes up and he slashes down, dealing 6 damage. So O'Flanagan brings his short sword, comes slashing down, and it cleaves right through the middle on a diagonal-like angle, and cleaves right through the goblin, and then takes his shoulder and just shoulder butts it. And you watch as the goblin kind of just like splits in 2 as it falls to the ground, and you hear smack on the ground.
Thank God.
It is now. We only have 1 goblin left.
All right. Somebody come kill him.
That one is dead. Yeah, that is the final one. It is now his turn. He's going to fire another arrow at Demointhus. So he knocks his bow and he fires another arrow in excitement, thinking he's gonna be able to hit you. And the arrow nearly just flies right past your head, and you hear the whoosh as it goes flying
Thank
into a
God.
nearby tree. He misses. Orbweeb.
I'm gonna continue using resistance on Corwin.
All right, cast resistance on Corwin. Corwin, give me a death saving throw.
Come on,
Come
baby.
on, Corwin. Come on.
All
12.
right, 12.
That's a pass. As Corwin, you see Corwin kind of twitch and goes, "Ah," as he's starting to make noises. He's kind of coming back to the fight just a tiny bit. And you begin to feel hopeful that everything's gonna be okay, Orbweeb.
Can I
It is
use the power of friendship to tell him that everything's gonna be okay?
Sure.
It's very sweet of you.
Corwin, as you're struggling to get yourself out of this state of mind where you feel like all is lost, you hear the words, "Everything's gonna be okay, friend," kind of just ring through your mind gently.
I had enough
Demointis.
things going through my mind.
That's
Yeah, you had a
probably
headache.
one of the better ones. Take it or leave it.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Thank you.
Demointis. Your turn.
What accuracy would I have if I threw my longsword at this guy?
Wouldn't be awesome accuracy, but you can
All right.
roll and find out.
All right. I'm not
Fuck
gonna do
around and
that.
find out. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
not a
It's only
ranged weapon.
15 feet. Like, it wouldn't be too difficult.
You'd basically
Fucking
roll to attack,
horrible.
but it'd be on disadvantage because it's not a ranged weapon or a versatile. Well, kind of. Longsword.
It's versatile.
No. The longsword is?
Yeah.
What?
I'll send you a picture right now.
No, I can check your sheet. You're fine.
Okay.
Yeah, prove it.
I can't.
Longswords are heavy.
It says martial versatile.
You might be thinking great sword, brother.
Isn't longswords like just a massive fucking sword?
That's a great sword.
Okay.
Longsword just long.
Thanks, Wiccan.
Okay, well, regardless, it'll still be on disadvantage. 'Cause it's not meant to be thrown.
He said either way, you can't throw a fucking longsword. So.
They're not a ranged weapon. So you can do it on
Alright, fine.
disadvantage.
That's great.
Um.
I'm gonna clip that. Long swords are fucking
just-
long.
Longsword just long. Willow just ran past your spot. I just don't want to get in his range of attack. Okay, I'll move towards him.
You want to move towards him?
Advance towards him.
Right here?
Yeah.
Alright, attack of opportunity against you.
Yeah. I got a cat.
You
He's
see as you start running towards him, he just drops his bow and pulls out a scimitar from his back and tries coming down. With a 21, he comes down to slash at you.
Isn't
With a
it an
6.
action to pull out a different weapon?
No, it's not. So the official rules is you can use an environmental action to pull out or stow a weapon.
Okay,
Alright.
word.
So he does 6 damage as he comes across Demointis, who runs up to him and just whoosh.
I'm dead.
So you watch
Oh.
as the sword slashes across Demointis' chest, and Demointis just smacks onto the ground. You hear him go.
I turn around, I'm like,
It is now O'Flanagan's turn.
fuck him up.
Fuck him up. Save me from the ground.
Owie.
Yeah, O'Flanagan,
Okay,
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He already. Well, 20. He can't really get over that. Ooh. 25, 30? Does he have any more? I think so.
He throws his sword. It's a short
He
sword.
throws his long sword.
So he runs up and he sees that he can't really use his long sword at this goblin. So he reaches behind his back and he pulls a dagger and he throws it. That is throwable.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
a-
I get
With a
that.
24. So he runs up, he swings his short sword back, grabs a dagger from behind, throws it towards the goblin. He deals 9 damage.
Alright.
The dagger flies, and as the goblin's laughing over Demointis' body, he goes. The dagger pierces his head, and he just slumps to the ground
Get fucked.
in defeat.
Fuck you. Get wrecked, bitch.
You guys won the encounter. There's no goblins left. O'Flanagan
I would
runs.
say O'Flanagan won the encounter.
100%.
O'Flanagan runs over to Orbweeb.
Me.
O'Flanagan runs over to Orbweeb, and he calls out to you. He's like, Demointis! Demointis is down! He's down!
So was Gorwin!
Oh my god! I don't have magic. I can't. Do we use the
Bring
flower?
Demointhus over to me. Bring Demointhus over to me.
Okay. He runs back over to Demointhus and he goes to pick up Demointhus. He's like, oh, he's kind of heavy.
180
He goes to
pounds.
lift Demointhus and he
Look it
goes,
up.
ugh, slumps Demointhus back on the ground and he yells, I can't lift him.
Well, then he's gonna have to wait. I don't want to.
He's fine.
He'll be all
He's not-
right.
He's not going anywhere.
Corwin's alive. He already passed his savings throws.
Oh, did he finish all of his savings though? I thought
I
he had
got-
one more.
I got
He has
one
one
more
more.
to do.
Oh, I thought you were done. I was like, hey.
Oh
It's
no,
already
I thought he
awake.
had one more.
Oh,
So I was like,
Flanagan-
hold on, I gotta get him done.
Flanagan strugglingly, not very well, tries to keep the blood from pouring out of Demointhus' wounds. Corwin,
Alright.
give me a death save.
Yeah, 11.
You stabilize.
I'm alive.
Attaboy.
He lived. The boy who lived
Oh,
came
good
to
boy.
live.
Continue to live.
As you're hovering over Corwin, suddenly he's and your eyes shoot open, and you kind of Corwin, you kind of dart around looking to see what's happening in the fight.
Did we
What do you
win?
want to do?
The
Yes,
dog.
we did. You're alive. I'm gonna go help Demointhus. He's down.
Oh, all right. I'm gonna like pat out the little embers that are on me. Like, fucking hate fire.
Right.
Stupid.
You're all good. You're not on fire. You got this, my dude. And I'm gonna go run to Demointhus.
Stupid Neanderthals striking rocks together. Idiots.
Idiots.
Corwin, as you look around, you just see bodies of goblins all nearby. Some cleaved in half, one's decapitated. The other one just has a hole through his chest. The other one has a dagger in his head. It's a bloodbath. But you notice as Orweeb is running back over to Demointhus, Orweeb does have the spliced lotus flower in hand.
No, it's not in my hand. I put it in my bag.
Or in your bag. When you have a chance, go ahead and add custom item, spliced lotus flower, black, purple.
I already did that.
Oh, cool.
What
Okay.
hit points do you want me to put myself at?
Give yourself 1 hit dice.
I did not do that. Thought I did that.
Ah, shit. Do you remember Warlock hit dice off the top of your head? The D6 or the D8?
I think it's
D your mom.
D8. Hold on.
You say D your mom?
Just do a short rest worth. Do a
How
short.
old are you?
Huh?
Dude,
Nothing.
I said D your mom.
Do a short rest worth.
Hey, yo.
That did nothing.
You didn't get any health?
Oh, yeah, I don't think you get any health from a short rest on this.
Yeah, I got nothing. On there, so when I click death save, I have healing that I can put health back onto. So I can roll 2 D8s, I guess, and I can put that as my heal.
Weird.
Yeah. Even if I did long rest put it back. But that puts me back to like full.
Yeah, it does. But even short rest puts you back to full. Oh, okay, I see. So let's say you die. You,
Let's say you do.
you're shut up. If you're out of okay, so you have your max successes. You come back, give yourself 1 hit point, apply changes, and then you take a short rest. Click one of the boxes under Warlock, just 1, or 2 if you want to use both your hit dice. Take that short rest, confirm, applies your hit dice. That did nothing.
Yeah, I got it.
There we go. Okay.
Yep.
So you're at 9. That's just how
Yeah.
we do it.
Yeah, that was a fucking hassle to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Or Weeby, rush over to Demointhus. and you kneel over and you see O'Flanagan's kind of panic, trying to hold down the blood as blood starting to spill around his feathery hands and talons. What do you want to do?
Can I do a medicine check to see if there's any more that I can physically do to help
Yeah,
along with using resistance?
he rolled pretty low, so he's trying his best.
That's fair. If I can at least have him do something more helpful, you know. 12.
12. You kind of shoo O'Flanagan aside, and he kind of lets go, and you see blood just like pouring down his hands, and blood's kind of just pouring from Des Moines' chest. You get some cloth out, and you start wrapping it around Des Moines' entire chest, kind of sealing the blood, trying to hold it back as much as possible. Besides that, Des Moines give me a death save.
And I'm using resistance right
If you want to, yeah.
as I'm touching.
The cantrip, right?
Yep.
Cool, yep. 20. So that is that. So a nat 20 is automatic. You wake up. So you want to do what you want to
I
do?
am a doctor.
So do 3 successes, and then apply 1 hit point.
All right.
And then when you apply that, go to short rest. And then you'll see 2 boxes with your hit dice. Click 1 to 2 boxes, your choice, and then apply.
No.
Oh, we're all frozen. Oh, it's getting blurry.
Oh boy.
Me
Oh,
waking up
Wyatt.
fucked up the multiverse. I shouldn't have been alone.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
my
it's
god.
Oh
lagging.
no, I shouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's starting to lag.
Hey, what? We're coming back.
We're getting
Dinky.
somewhere.
It's,
Oh
I'm
my
sorry I
God.
let Dinky in.
Knocking shit over all over my dresser.
I think it's might be me.
Oh,
That man is gone.
come on.
Are we all
come on.
lagging? Oh my gosh.
Why
Come
that you
on,
sound like
work.
a little robot.
Come on, work.
Come on, be so smart.
Come on, brain, be so smart. Are we good? No?
No.
Iffy. Shawabada wabadoo.
What's crazy is that on the, it's like doing okay. Discord, it looks terrible.
I can't see Twitch at all, but for Discord, I can see like Annika really well, but it's Wyatt that's lagging super bad. And I can hear you guys.
It's the feed itself.
Wyatt, your shit's fucked.
Yeah, I'm dropping in Wi-Fi, I think. Maybe?
You're dropping.
Streamlabs isn't telling me
You
I'm
dropped.
dropping in Wi-Fi.
You
Oh my god, you
dropped.
just kicked me in the face.
Oh shit.
Technical issues. Always and forever. Is that better?
Hey. That looks pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
You guys are kind of the moment this begins to stabilize, the blood's kind of done all the most of the pouring it's gonna
I don't
do.
think he's doing better.
Okay, if you guys, real quick, if you hear me, go on the Twitch and watch the closing. I'm gonna do the closing since you guys can't hear it on
Okay.
Discord. Just go on Twitch. I'm gonna do the closing. Okay, since Twitch seems to be working, I'll speak to them through Twitch.
Sounds good.
You
Wait,
all
let me
are
run upstairs
seeing.
to Annika. Have Twitch.
Okay, you all are. What the fuck is up with that? Oh, 'cause it's pop out. Okay. So you all are in the field with the goblins. They're all dead, decapitated. Blood is spilled. Orb has stowed the spliced flower into her bag, her inventory, and holds onto it securely. And as you do, you can hear what sounds like a little pit pat, like boop boop boop. And you hear meow, and you look over, and you can see you've been followed by a black cat with a wounded ear. Steve has actually found you and followed you out of Waterfall Citadel. And he gives kind of a gentle nod as he looks around and sees all the blood. Kind of sits and just kind of puts his ears down like this, awaits to be comforted and brought into your adventure, as Steve wishes to become a part of your story. And that is where we will leave it off. Thanks for everyone for hanging out. Thanks Annika, Natanya, and Preston for playing. I hope you guys had fun. It was lots of fun, and I hope I will see everyone here for the next one. Till next time, this has been Subspace Roundtable D&D. Peace.